In the autumn of 1808, a woman stood on the quarterdeck of a war junk flying red banners watching the imperial fleet burn. Across 3 miles of smoke-choked water in the South China Sea, Chinese warships, the pride of the Qing dynasty's Guangdong naval squadrons, listed and splintered and sank. Their hulls cracked open by coordinated broadsides from vessels that outnumbered them 5-1. The acrid stench of gunpowder hung in curtains over the waves. Timbers groaned and gave way like the ribs of dying animals. Sailors who had served the emperor since boyhood thrashed in water slicked with oil and blood, screaming for rescue that would not come. And through the haze of cannon smoke, through the chaos of a battle already decided, the woman who commanded this destruction watched with the calm, appraising gaze of someone counting inventory. She was perhaps 33 years old. She was barely 5 feet tall. She could not have weighed more than 100 pounds. And on this particular autumn day in the shallow waters off the Guangdong coast, she commanded a fleet of more than 1,700 vessels and close to 80,000 pirates. A naval force larger than the combined fleets of most European nations. Larger than the Spanish Armada at its legendary peak, larger in raw numbers than the Royal Navy squadrons that had broken Napoleon's ambitions at Trafalgar just 3 years before. The Qing admiral who had sailed out that morning to crush the pirate menace was now watching his career end in flames and floating wreckage. He had expected a rabble. He had expected disorganized criminals in leaking junks, easy prey for imperial discipline and imperial cannon. What he had found instead was a navy, a coordinated, disciplined, ruthlessly efficient fighting force that moved with a tactical precision that would have impressed any fleet commander in the world, and at its center, issuing orders that her captains obeyed without hesitation, a former prostitute from a floating brothel in Canton. Her pirates called her Zheng Yi. It meant simply, wife of Zheng Yi. The imperial court would eventually call her something worse. Western historians, when they discovered her centuries later, would struggle to fit her into any category they recognized. She was not the romanticized female pirate of European tradition. No Anne Bonny in men's clothing, swinging a cutlass in a single desperate boarding action. She was a CEO, a warlord, a legislator, and a strategic genius who built the most powerful pirate confederation in recorded history, held it together through force of will and an extraordinary legal code, defeated every navy sent against her, and then, when she had wrung every possible advantage from her position, negotiated a retirement that let her keep her fortune, her freedom, and her life. She was never captured. She was never defeated in battle. She never lost a war. She simply chose, on her own terms, to stop. This is the story of how a woman with nothing, no family name, no education, no wealth, no standing in a society that granted women almost none, rose to command the most formidable pirate fleet the world has ever seen. And it is the story of how every empire that tried to destroy her failed. The principal sources for this account come from several converging traditions, each carrying its own biases and its own revelations. The most detailed Chinese account is found in the Yuan Hai Fenji, a record of the pacification of the pirates, compiled by Yuan Yonglun, a scholar and minor official who was himself captured by Zheng Yi's fleet and held for several months before his ransom was paid. Yuan had the peculiar fortune of observing the pirate confederation from inside its own ships, watching its command structure operate, seeing its laws enforced, witnessing the woman at its center exercise authority that most imperial mandarins could only dream of. His account is colored by the humiliation of his captivity and the Confucian horror of a world turned upside down, a world where a woman gave orders and men obeyed, but his detail is extraordinary. He recorded specific conversations, described the interior of pirate vessels, and documented the code of laws that held the Confederation together. Alongside Yuan's chronicle, the Jing Hai Fenji, compiled by government officials involved in the eventual negotiation, provides the imperial perspective, The view from the court that spent 3 years hemorrhaging ships, money, and prestige trying to defeat a woman who had once worked in a brothel. Western observers contribute a thinner but valuable thread. Richard Glasspool, an officer of the British East India Company, was captured by the Red Flag Fleet in 1809 and held for 11 weeks, during which he observed naval engagements, pirate governance, and the personal authority of Zheng Yi with the bewildered precision of an Englishman trying to make sense of a world that defied everything he thought he knew about pirates, about China, and about women. Between these accounts, the captured scholar, the humiliated court, the astonished Englishman, we can reconstruct with remarkable specificity the life and reign of the most successful pirate in human history. But to understand how a woman came to command 80,000 pirates, we must first understand the world that made her, and the particular cruelty of the life she was born into. The Pearl River Delta in the late 18th century was one of the most contradictory landscapes on Earth. It was extravagantly beautiful and unspeakably brutal, a place where wealth and poverty existed in such extreme proximity that a person standing on the right hillside could see both the silk-hung pleasure boats of Canton's merchant elite and the cramped, stinking sampans where entire families were born, lived, and died without ever setting foot on solid ground. Canton, modern-day Guangzhou, was the single point through which the Qing dynasty permitted foreign trade to flow. This made it, in the last decades of the 1700s, one of the wealthiest cities in Asia. European trading vessels, Qing, British, Dutch, Portuguese, French, crowded its harbor, bringing silver and opium and manufactured goods, leaving with tea and silk and porcelain that would fill the drawing rooms of London and Amsterdam, the famous 13 factories along the riverfront, where foreign merchants were permitted to conduct business, hummed with commerce that generated fortunes so vast they reshaped global economics. The Hong merchants who managed this trade lived in mansions with gardens of cultivated bamboo and ornamental ponds stocked with golden carp. They wore silk robes lined with sable fur. They collected European clocks and mechanical curiosities the way European aristocrats collected Chinese ceramics. But step behind the 13 factories, away from the warehouses with their bolts of silk and their carefully weighed chests of tea, and you entered a different world entirely. Canton's waterways, the Pearl River, and its labyrinth of tributaries, canals, and estuaries spreading south toward the open sea, supported a vast floating population that the elegant merchants above preferred not to see. Tens of thousands of people lived permanently on the water in sampans and houseboats and rickety platforms lashed together with rope and hope. These were the Tanka people, the boat dwellers, an ethnic group so marginalized in Chinese society that they were legally forbidden from living on land, from sitting for the imperial examinations, from marrying into land-based families. They were, in the blunt taxonomy of Qing social hierarchy, something less than fully human, a permanent underclass whose existence was defined by the water they lived on and the contempt of those who lived above it. It was into this world, around 1775, that the woman who would become Zheng Yi was born. We do not know her birth name with certainty. The historical record is not generous with the childhood details of women born into the floating underclass of late Qing Canton. Some scholars believe she was called Shi Xianggu. Others identify her simply as a Tanka woman from the boat communities near Canton. What we know is this: she was born into poverty so complete that it left almost no documentary trace. No family records survive. No birth was registered with any magistrate. No temple inscription marks her arrival in the world. She entered history as a cipher, a woman defined entirely by what she would later become, her origins visible only in the negative space of everything the records do not say. What the records do eventually say, with uncomfortable clarity, is that by her late teens or early 20s she was working on one of Canton's floating brothels. The flower boats of Canton were famous across southern China and beyond. They were painted junks, some quite large, some barely more than sampans, that were moored along the Pearl River and its tributaries, offering food, entertainment, music, and sex to a clientele that ranged from common sailors and fishermen to wealthy merchants, and even discreetly government officials. The larger flower boats were ornately decorated, with carved wooden screens, silk lanterns, and musicians playing the pipa and erhu on upper decks, while transactions of a different nature occurred below. Foreign sailors described them with a mixture of fascination and moral horror that told the reader more about European anxieties than about the boats themselves. For the women who worked on these vessels, the flower boats were both prison and education. They were prison because the women rarely chose this work. They were sold into it by destitute families, or captured, or born into it as the daughters of existing workers. They were education because the flower boats required something far more complex than mere physical availability. The women who thrived, who earned better treatment, who attracted wealthier clients, who accumulated the small scraps of power available within a system designed to deny them any, were women who learned to read human beings the way navigators read the sea. They learned to identify weakness, vanity, insecurity, and desire within minutes of meeting a new client. They learned to flatter without appearing to flatter, to manipulate without appearing to manipulate, to extract information and advantage from every encounter while leaving the other party convinced they had been in control the entire time. These were not incidental skills. These were the skills of a diplomat, a spy, a political operator. And the young woman working on the flower boats of Canton was, by every subsequent account, exceptionally good at acquiring them. We can reasonably reconstruct the texture of her daily existence during these years, even if the specific events are lost. She would have risen each morning in a cramped wooden space below deck, the hull creaking around her, the river lapping against the planks just inches from where she slept. The smell of the Pearl River, silt, refuse, the faintly sweet rot of vegetation, and the sharper stench of human waste would have been the air she breathed, so constant that she likely stopped noticing it the way landsmen stop noticing gravity. She would have spent her mornings preparing, applying the white powder and rouge that flower boat women wore, arranging her hair, choosing her clothing with the calculation of a general selecting armor. And then the clients would come. Fishermen and river traders in the early hours, sailors from foreign vessels by midday, merchants and officials in the evening, arriving in private boats with screens to hide their faces, paying more for discretion than for anything that happened behind closed doors. Each encounter was a negotiation. Each client was a source of information to you about shipping routes, about cargo values, about which officials could be bribed and which could not, about where the naval patrols were thickest and where they never bothered to look. Whether the young woman recognized the strategic value of this information at the time, or whether that recognition came later, the records do not say. What we know is that she spent approximately 6 years on the flower boats, 6 years learning to read people, to manage complex social dynamics, to survive in an environment where a woman's body was a commodity and her mind was her only genuine asset. 6 years that would prove, in retrospect, to be the most rigorous possible training for the career she was about to enter. Because in 1801, a pirate came to the flower boats looking for a wife. Zheng Yi was not a common pirate. He was the inheritor of a family tradition that stretched back generations, a man whose father and uncles and cousins had been pirates before him, whose family name was synonymous with the salt spray lawlessness of the South China Sea. He was in his late 30s when he arrived at the flower boats, a stocky, weathered man with the permanent squint of someone who had spent most of his life staring into sun-hammered water. He commanded a fleet of several hundred junks, crewed by men who feared him and followed him because he had a reputation for two things: tactical cunning and an absolute willingness to kill anyone who challenged his authority. He'd come to Canton for the same reason most pirates came to Canton: to sell stolen goods, resupply his fleet, and bribe the local officials who made piracy's logistics possible. But Zheng Yi had something else on his mind. He was ambitious in a way that went beyond the ordinary pirate calculus of raid, sell, spend, repeat. He had a vision, still forming, still indistinct, but growing sharper with each passing year. of unifying the scattered pirate fleets of the South China Sea into a single confederation powerful enough to challenge the Qing dynasty itself. And for reasons that the historical record renders opaque, but that subsequent events make luminously clear, he believed that the woman he had met on the flower boats was essential to this vision. The circumstances of their marriage are debated. Some accounts suggest a straightforward transaction. Zheng Yi paid the flower boat's owner for the woman's contract and married her, a common enough arrangement in a world where women were routinely bought and sold. Other accounts, carrying the flavor of legend but not entirely dismissible, suggest something more interesting: that the woman negotiated the terms of her own marriage, that she refused to simply be taken, that she demanded, before she would agree to join him, a formal share of his pirate fleet. Not as a gift, not as an allowance, but as a partnership stake, an equal claim on the empire he intended to build. Whether this negotiation happened precisely as later accounts describe it is uncertain. What is certain is the outcome. When the woman left the flower boats and boarded Zheng Yi's flagship, she did not enter his world as a wife in any conventional sense of the term. She entered it as a partner. And within months, every pirate captain in Zheng Yi's fleet understood that the woman now known as Zheng Yi Sao, wife of Zheng Yi, was not a decoration, not a companion, not a domestic presence tolerated at the edge of a man's world. She was a force. The marriage transformed both of them. Zheng Yi gained something he had lacked: a political mind capable of seeing beyond the next raid, the next prize, the next season. A mind trained in the flower boat's ruthless academy of human manipulation, a mind that understood leverage and alliance and the delicate art of making people believe they were getting what they wanted while you took what you needed. And the woman gained something she had never had: power. Not the borrowed, contingent, revocable power of a woman who pleases powerful men. Real power. The power to give orders and see them executed. The power to shape events rather than merely survive them. After 26 years of life at the absolute bottom of Chinese society, a tanka woman, a prostitute, a commodity to be bought and sold, she had found the one environment in which her particular genius could operate without constraint. The South China Sea was about to learn what she could do with it. To understand what Zheng Yi and his new wife built together between 1801 and 1807, it is necessary to understand the world they built it in. The chaotic, violent, lucrative ecosystem of South China Sea piracy at the turn of the 19th century. The South China Sea in this era was the world's busiest maritime highway. Thousands of merchant vessels, Chinese junks, European trading ships, rice transports, fishing fleets, coastal traders carrying everything from salt to silk to opium, crisscrossed its waters every month. The wealth moving through this corridor was staggering. A single European merchant ship carrying a season's worth of Canton tea could be worth more than many European nobles would earn in a lifetime. A rice transport supplying a coastal city could mean the difference between prosperity and famine for tens of thousands of people. And all of this wealth moved across water that the Qing dynasty's navy was hopelessly inadequate to protect. The Qing Navy in the early 1800s was a study in institutional decay. Underfunded, undermanned, equipped with aging vessels and obsolete weapons, plagued by corruption that siphoned money from ship maintenance into officials' pockets, it was a navy that existed more on paper than on water. Patrol schedules were erratic, commanders were appointed through political connections rather than competence. Sailors were paid so poorly and so irregularly that many supplemented their income through the very piracy they were supposed to suppress. The result was a maritime security vacuum of almost incomprehensible proportions. Thousands of miles of coastline, tens of thousands of vessels, and almost no one capable of protecting them. Into this vacuum rushed the pirates. And they were not the swashbuckling romantics of European imagination. South China Sea pirates in this era were, for the most part, men and women from the same desperate underclass that had produced Zheng Yi Sao herself. Tanka boat dwellers, displaced fishermen, failed merchants, deserting soldiers, refugees from famine and flood, and the grinding poverty of coastal villages where the imperial government was a distant rumor, and survival was a daily negotiation with the sea. They turned to piracy because piracy worked. A successful raid could yield more income in a single day than a fisherman might earn in a year. A pirate captain who built a reputation for success could attract followers the way a magnet attracts iron, men with nothing to lose and everything to gain, men whose loyalty was purchased not with ideology but with the promise of a better life than the one the empire had offered them. By the time Zheng Yi married his bride from the flower boats, there were thousands of pirates operating in the South China Sea, but they operated in fragments. Dozens of independent fleets, ranging from a handful of junks to several hundred, competed with each other as often as they cooperated. They raided the same shipping lanes, fought over the same prizes, and occasionally turned on each other with a savagery that rivaled anything they inflicted on merchant vessels. This fragmentation was, from the Qing government's perspective, the only thing preventing the pirates from becoming an existential threat. 1,000 pirates in 100 separate gangs were a nuisance. 1,000 pirates under a single command would be a navy. Zheng Yi understood this, and so did his wife. What they accomplished together over the next 6 years was one of the most remarkable organizational achievements in the history of crime, or, depending on your perspective, in the history of statecraft. Working through a combination of diplomacy, marriage alliances, threats, bribes, and the occasional targeted assassination of those who refused to cooperate, they systematically unified the scattered pirate fleets of the South China Sea into a single confederation. The process was neither quick nor bloodless. Pirate captains were, by nature and profession, men who did not take orders well. They had built their fleets through personal courage, personal cunning, and personal violence, and they did not intend to subordinate themselves to anyone, least of all to a rival pirate and his flower boat wife. The resistance was real. Captains refused meetings. Emissaries were turned away. One particularly stubborn fleet commander had to be defeated in a pitched sea battle before he would come to the negotiating table. But the Zhengs, and it is essential to understand them as a partnership, not as a man with a wife in the background, possessed complementary skills that made them devastatingly effective negotiators. Zheng Yi brought military credibility. He was known as a fighter, a man who had boarded ships and killed men with his own hands, a captain whose fleet had won engagements against imperial patrols. When he spoke of force, other captains believed him. Zheng Yi So brought something different. She brought the capacity to design structures of mutual benefit, to look at two rival captains who had been raiding the same waters for years and show them how cooperation would make them both richer than competition ever could. She brought the flower boat's understanding of human motivation, the ability to identify what each captain actually wanted and to frame the confederation as the means of getting it. For a captain motivated by greed, she demonstrated how coordinated operations would yield larger prizes with fewer losses. For a captain motivated by pride, she offered a prestigious position within the Confederation's hierarchy. A title, a fleet designation, a visible marker of status that made subordination feel like elevation. For a captain motivated by fear, fear of the Qing Navy, fear of rival pirates, fear of the unpredictable violence that defined independent piracy, she offered protection. The strength of numbers, the security of belonging to something too large for anyone to destroy. One by one, the captains came in. By 1805, the Confederation had taken its mature form, and its structure revealed the organizational genius that was increasingly recognized as Zheng Yi Sao's contribution rather than her husband's. The pirate forces were divided into 6 fleets, each designated by a colored banner: red, black, white, blue, yellow, and green. And each fleet had its own commander, its own assigned operating territory, and its own internal chain of command. The Red Flag Fleet, commanded directly by Zheng Yi and Zheng Yi Sao, was the largest and most powerful. The Confederation's core, its enforcement arm, and its strategic center of gravity. The colored banner system was not mere decoration. It was a sophisticated organizational architecture that solved piracy's oldest problem: how to coordinate thousands of independent operators across thousands of square miles of ocean without modern communication technology. By assigning each fleet a designated territory, the Zhengs eliminated the internecine raiding and competition that had weakened South China Sea piracy for generations. A red flag ship encountering a black flag ship in black flag waters knew immediately that they were allies operating in their proper territory. A blue flag ship spotted in red flag waters without authorization was, by the Confederation's rules, a violator to be dealt with accordingly. The system created clarity where chaos had reigned. And clarity in military operations is worth more than cannon. The numbers were staggering. At its peak, the Confederation controlled approximately 1,800 vessels, war junks armed with cannon, swift raiding boats, supply ships, communication vessels. Its combined manpower approached 80,000 people. To put this in perspective, the British Royal Navy in 1805, the year of Trafalgar, the year of its greatest triumph, employed approximately 120,000 sailors and Marines across its entire global fleet, a fleet responsible for protecting the world's largest maritime empire. Zheng Yi's confederation, operating from a single region of the South China Sea, fielded 2/3 of that number. And unlike the Royal Navy, whose ships were scattered across every ocean on Earth, the pirate confederation's forces were concentrated. Within their operating area, they were overwhelming. But numbers alone do not explain what made this confederation extraordinary. What made it extraordinary was its code of laws. The laws of Zheng Yi's confederation are, to this day, one of the most remarkable legal documents in the history of organized crime, and the feature of her reign that most clearly bears her personal stamp. Zheng Yi was a fighter. He understood tactics and naval combat and the blunt mathematics of force. But the code of laws that held 80,000 pirates in disciplined formation, that transformed a rabble of sea thieves into something that functioned, for all practical purposes, like a state. This carried the unmistakable signature of a mind trained in the management of human beings, a mind that understood not just what people did, but why they did it, and what systems of incentive and punishment would channel their behavior in useful directions. The code addressed every dimension of pirate life, from the distribution of plunder to the treatment of captives to the punishment of desertion. And it did so with a specificity and severity that left no room for ambiguity. All goods taken in a raid were to be registered with the fleet's designated bookkeeper before any distribution occurred. A pirate who concealed stolen goods, who tried to skim from the collective take, was flogged for a first offense. For a second offense, he was killed. This was not an idle threat. The code was enforced with the kind of mechanical consistency that turned it from a set of rules into a fact of nature. Pirates understood that hiding plunder was not a risk to be calculated. It was a death sentence to be avoided. Once goods were registered, 80% went into a collective fund managed by the fleet's leadership. The remaining 20% was distributed among the crew of the ship that had taken the prize. This distribution system was, in its way, revolutionary. It meant that individual captains and crews were incentivized to raid aggressively. They kept a meaningful share of what they took, while the bulk of the wealth flowed upward to fund the Confederation's collective operations, ship maintenance, weapons procurement, payments to shore-based informants and corrupted officials, and the reserves necessary to sustain the fleet through periods when raiding was thin. It was in everything but name a tax system. And like all effective tax systems, it worked because it balanced individual incentive against collective need. Desertion was punished by the loss of one's ears. This was not metaphorical. A pirate who attempted to leave the Confederation without permission had his ears cut off in a public ceremony witnessed by his former crewmates. The mutilated deserter was then released, a walking advertisement for the cost of disloyalty, a man whose face told every person he met for the rest of his life exactly what he had done and what it had cost him. For a second attempt at desertion, the punishment was death. But the code's most striking provisions concerned the treatment of captives, particularly women. Unsanctioned violence against captives was punishable by flogging. The the rape of a female captive was punishable by death. This was not a humanitarian gesture in any modern sense. The code permitted the taking of captives, the extraction of ransom, and the forced marriage of captured women to pirates who wished to take wives. It was by any humane standard a system built on kidnapping and coercion, but within that system, it established a boundary. It drew a line between the violence that served the Confederation's economic interests, ransom, forced labor, intimidation, and the violence that served only individual cruelty. And it enforced that line with the same lethal consistency it applied to every other provision. A pirate who wished to take a captured woman as his wife was required to register the marriage and treat her as a wife, not as property, not as a concubine, but as a spouse with defined rights within the pirate community. If he abused her, he could be punished. If he abandoned her, he could be punished. The code, in other words, did not abolish the brutal reality of captured women's lives, but it imposed structure on that brutality, transformed it from chaotic violence into regulated transaction, and in doing so gave captured women a marginal but real form of protection that they would have had nowhere else in the South China Sea. The question of whether this code reflected Zheng Yi's personal experience, whether a woman who had herself been a captive of sorts on the flower boats, whose body had been a commodity managed by others, understood in her bones the difference between systematic exploitation and anarchic violence, is one the records do not answer directly. But the inference is difficult to avoid. No other pirate confederation in Chinese history produced laws like these. No male pirate captain of the era showed the slightest interest in regulating the treatment of captured women. The code bore the mark of someone who had lived on the receiving end of a system where women were commodities, someone who understood that the system itself might be immovable, but that its worst cruelties could be constrained. The code's enforcement mechanisms were equally sophisticated. Each fleet had designated officers responsible for adjudicating disputes and administering punishments. Appeals could be made up the chain of command, ultimately to Zheng Yi herself for the most serious cases. The system was not democratic. Authority flowed downward from the top, and Zheng Yi's word was final. But it was procedural. It had process. It had rules. It had something that the Qing dynasty's own rural governance often lacked: predictability. A pirate operating within the Confederation knew exactly what was expected of him, exactly what he would receive for compliance, and exactly what he would suffer for violation. And in a world defined by chaos, by the random violence of the sea, by the arbitrary cruelty of Qing officials, by the desperate unpredictability of poverty, that predictability was worth more than gold. By 1806, the Confederation was operating less like a criminal enterprise and more like a parallel state. It collected taxes, not just from its own raids, but from the merchant vessels and coastal villages that paid regular protection fees in exchange for safe passage and immunity from attack. It issued documents, passes that merchant captains could display to prove they had paid their tribute, guaranteeing them safe transit through pirate-controlled waters. It conducted diplomacy, negotiating agreements with foreign trading companies, making arrangements with corrupt Qing officials, managing relationships with the various coastal communities that depended on pirate commerce for their economic survival. The Confederation had, in everything but formal recognition, achieved sovereignty over a significant portion of the South China Sea, and then in November of 1807, Zheng Yi died. The exact circumstances of his death are unclear. Some accounts say he was killed in a storm. Others suggest he died in Vietnam, where he had been conducting operations related to that country's own civil conflicts. The cause matters less than the consequence. The man who had founded the Confederation, whose personal military reputation had been the original magnet drawing rival captains into alliance, whose name every pirate in the South China Sea knew and most feared, that man was gone. The Confederation he had built was, in theory, an institution. In practice, it was a web of personal loyalties, family connections, and individual agreements that had been held together by the combined force of his military reputation and his wife's organizational genius. Remove him from the equation, and the mathematics of the entire enterprise changed overnight. 80,000 pirates waited to see what would happen next. 6 fleet commanders, each commanding hundreds of ships and thousands of men, each ambitious, each potentially powerful enough to declare independence or make a play for supreme command, assessed their options. The Qing court received the news with barely concealed jubilation. The pirate king was dead, and his widow, a former prostitute, a woman in a world that viewed female authority as a cosmic aberration, could not possibly hold the confederation together. Every single one of them was wrong about what happened next. Within hours of learning of Zheng Yi's death, his widow made a series of moves so precisely calibrated, so ruthlessly efficient, that they reveal a mind that had been preparing for this exact contingency, perhaps for years. The first thing she did was nothing visible at all. She did not appear on deck weeping. She did not summon her captains for a council of war. She did not make any public statement about the future of the Confederation. Instead, she sent private messages, carried by trusted intermediaries on fast boats, to a very specific subset of people within the pirate hierarchy. Not the fleet commanders, not the senior captains. She contacted their wives. This detail, preserved in Yuan Yonglun's chronicle with the faintly horrified admiration of a man watching a master operate in a medium he barely understood, reveals something essential about Zheng Yi Sao's understanding of power. She knew that the fleet commanders were, at this precise moment, calculating. They were weighing their options, measuring their strength against each other, gaming out scenarios in which they declared independence or seized supreme command. They were thinking like men who saw the Confederation as a military structure, a pyramid of force with a vacancy at the top. And they were right that it was a military structure. But it was also a social structure, a network of families and marriages and personal obligations that ran alongside and underneath the chain of command like a second nervous system. And the women, the commanders' wives, their mothers, their sisters, were the nodes of that network. What Zheng Yi Sao said in those private messages, we do not know precisely, but we can reconstruct the argument from its effects. She would have reminded each woman that the Confederation's survival was in her family's direct economic interest, that the wealth their husbands commanded, the status they enjoyed, the protection they received, all depended on the continuation of the alliance. She would have pointed out that a succession war would destroy everything, that the Qing Navy, humiliated and hungry for revenge, was waiting for exactly this kind of fragmentation, that the man who tried to seize supreme command by force would not unite the Confederation, but shatter it, and that shattered pieces would be consumed one by an imperial fleet that could not defeat them together but could certainly destroy them apart. And she would have proposed, with the quiet confidence of someone presenting the only viable option, that the Confederation needed continuity, not a new leader, not a power struggle, continuity. The same structures, the same code, the same system of colored fleets and territorial assignments, with herself at its head. The logic was irresistible because it was designed to be. For the wives of fleet commanders, supporting Zheng Yi Sao meant preserving the system that guaranteed their family's prosperity. Opposing her meant gambling everything on a civil war whose outcome was uncertain and whose costs were guaranteed. Zheng Yi Sao was not asking these women to do anything radical. She was asking them to do the conservative thing, to maintain the status quo, to protect what they had. She was framing her own ascension not as a revolution, but as stability. By the time the fleet commanders convened to discuss the Confederation's future, several of them arrived to discover that their wives had already formed opinions on the matter. Strong opinions. Opinions that had been shaped by a woman who understood from 6 years on the flower boats that the most effective way to influence a powerful man was often to speak first to the people he listened to when no one else was watching. But private persuasion, however brilliant, was not sufficient on its own. Zheng Yi Sao understood that she needed a public instrument of power, someone whose military credibility was beyond question, whose loyalty she could secure, and whose ambition she could manage. She needed a lieutenant who would command in the field while she commanded from the center. She needed a sword, and she needed that sword to understand that she was the hand. She chose Chang Pao. Chang Pao was, at the time of Zheng Yi's death, approximately 21 years old. He was the son of a fisherman from the Tanka community, the same floating underclass that had produced Zheng Yi Sao herself. He had been captured by Zheng Yi's fleet as a teenager, probably around the age of 15, and rather than ransoming or killing him, Zheng Yi had adopted him. This was not unusual in the pirate world of the South China Sea. Adoption served multiple functions. It provided established captains with heirs who understood the business from the inside. It created bonds of loyalty that were reinforced by the weight of filial obligation. And it allowed captains to choose successors based on ability rather than bloodline. Zheng Yi had recognized something in the captured fisherman's son: a physical fearlessness, a natural authority among the common sailors, a charisma that could make men follow him into fire. By the time of Zheng Yi's death, Chang Pao had risen rapidly through the ranks. He commanded his own squadron within the Red Flag fleet. He had proven himself in combat repeatedly, leading boarding actions with a recklessness that terrified his enemies and inspired his men. He was young, physically imposing, tall by the standards of the southern Chinese population, broad-shouldered, with the dense musculature of a man who had spent his adolescence hauling ropes and his young manhood swinging blades. And he had the kind of uncomplicated personal magnetism that is sometimes called natural leadership, and sometimes called the ability to make violence look like destiny. He was also, crucially, not yet powerful enough to challenge Zheng Yi So for supreme command even if he wanted to. He was a rising star, not a constellation. He commanded respect among the common sailors and junior captains, but the senior fleet commanders, men with decades of experience and fleets of their own, did not yet consider him their equal. He occupied the perfect position for Zheng Yi Sao's purposes: prominent enough to project military authority, junior enough to need her support, talented enough to be effective, and inexperienced enough in the higher mathematics of Confederation politics to benefit from her guidance. Zheng Yi Sao made Chang Pao the military commander of the Red Flag Fleet, the largest and most powerful of the 6 fleets, the one that had always served as the Confederation's center of gravity. The appointment sent a precise and unmistakable message to every captain in the Confederation. To the senior commanders it said, "The Red Flag Fleet remains operational and dangerous. Do not mistake the founder's death for weakness." To the junior captains and common sailors it said, "A man from your own class, a Tanka fisherman's son who rose through merit and courage, now stands at the right hand of power. The meritocratic promise that had always been piracy's greatest recruiting tool was alive and well." And to Chang Pao himself, the appointment said something that required no translation: "Your rise, your fleet, your future, all of these flow through me." Remember where they come from. The precise nature of Zheng Yi Sao's relationship with Chang Pao has been debated by historians ever since. Some accounts suggest they became lovers almost immediately after Zheng Yi's death, that the widow and the adopted son entered a relationship that would, within a year, become a formal marriage. Other accounts place the romantic relationship later, as a political decision made to cement the alliance once it had proven its value. What is not debated is the professional dynamic. Zheng Yi Sao made strategy. Chang Pao executed it. She decided which fleets operated where, which merchant routes were targeted, which villages paid protection fees and at what rate, which Qing officials received bribes and which were left exposed. He turned those decisions into action on the water, leading raids, commanding battles, enforcing the code, and projecting the physical menace that made the Confederation feared from Canton to Vietnam. It was a partnership that mirrored the one she had built with Zheng Yi, but with a critical difference. In her marriage to Zheng Yi, she had been the junior partner, the flower boat woman who brought political genius to a man who already possessed military power and dynastic legitimacy. In her partnership with Chang Pao, the hierarchy was inverted. She was the senior partner, she was the architect. Chang Pao's military gifts, however formidable, operated within a strategic framework that she designed and controlled. And every captain in the Confederation understood this. When Chang Pao gave an order on the battlefield, it was obeyed because Chang Pao was terrifying. When Zheng Yi Sao gave an order from the flagship, it was obeyed because Zheng Yi Sao was the confederation. The transition of power, from Zheng Yi to Zheng Yi Sao, from husband's domain to widow's empire, was accomplished in a matter of weeks. There was no civil war. No fleet defected. No commander mounted a serious challenge. 80,000 pirates, living and working in one of the most violent cultures on earth, a culture of armed men for whom personal pride and martial honor were currencies more valued than silver, accepted the authority of a woman who had come to them from a floating brothel 6 years earlier. And they accepted it not because they were enlightened about gender, they were not, and not because they were coerced. No single fleet could have forced compliance on 5 others. They accepted it because Zheng Yi Sao had made the alternative to acceptance look worse than submission. She had, in the space of weeks, accomplished what most political theorists consider the hardest task in governance, the peaceful transfer of power. She had done it without an army of her own, without institutional legitimacy, without hereditary claims, without any of the mechanisms that civilization had spent millennia developing to smooth the transition from one ruler to the next. She had done it with nothing but a precise understanding of what every person in the Confederation wanted and feared, and the ability to position herself as the answer to both. The Qing court, monitoring these events through its intelligence networks and local officials, adjusted its expectations. The jubilation that had greeted Zheng Yi's death curdled into something more cautious. The pirates had not fractured. The woman had held them together. This was unexpected, and from the imperial perspective, deeply concerning. But the mandarins in Beijing and the governor-general in Canton reassured themselves with a familiar logic. A woman could not command pirates indefinitely. The arrangement was unnatural, unstable, and temporary. Sooner or later, the real men in the Confederation would assert themselves, the widow would be pushed aside, and normal disorder would resume. The empire simply needed to wait. They would wait for 3 years. They would still be waiting when Zheng Yi Sao retired on her own terms. But first, she intended to demonstrate exactly what her confederation could do under her sole command. And the demonstration began immediately. In the months following her consolidation of power, Zheng Yi Sao expanded the Confederation's operations with a systematic aggressiveness that dwarfed anything achieved under her husband's leadership. She did not merely continue Zheng Yi's work. She amplified it. She accelerated it. She professionalized it in ways that transformed South China Sea piracy from a large-scale criminal enterprise into something that more closely resembled a state-run maritime protection racket, with herself as head of state. The protection fee system, which had existed in rudimentary form under Zheng Yi, was now extended and formalized into a comprehensive taxation regime. Every merchant vessel operating in the waters between Canton and the open sea was expected to pay. The fees were not arbitrary. They were scaled to the value of the cargo and the length of the voyage, calculated with an accounting precision that suggests someone in the Confederation's leadership understood commerce at a level most pirates never approached. A salt transport paid one rate, a tea clipper paid another. A rice junk feeding a coastal village paid less than either, because Zheng Yi Sao understood, as any competent ruler understand, that taxing subsistence goods at the same rate as luxury trade was a formula for popular uprising. Merchants who paid received a flag, a physical document stamped and sealed that they could display to any pirate vessel they encountered. The flag guaranteed safe passage. It guaranteed that their cargo would not be touched, their crew would not be harmed, their schedule would not be interrupted, and it guaranteed something else, something that the Qing government's own naval patrols could not offer: reliability. A merchant captain flying a Confederate pass knew with near absolute certainty that no pirate ship in the South China Sea would molest him. The pass was honored across all 6 fleets, enforced by a code whose penalties for violation were severe and whose enforcement was consistent. In a maritime environment where the Imperial Navy could not guarantee safe passage through waters it nominally controlled, the pirates could, and did, and charged handsomely for the service. The result was a paradox that would have delighted an economist and horrified a moralist. Many merchant captains came to prefer the pirate protection system to the imperial one. The pirates were more expensive, but they delivered what they promised. The Qing Navy was theoretically free, but its patrols were erratic, its ships were slow, and its officers were as likely to demand their own bribes as they were to provide protection. A merchant who paid the pirates and flew their flag moved through the South China Sea with a security that the emperor himself could not provide. The woman from the flower boats had created a market solution to the problem of maritime safety, and the market, with its brutal indifference to ideology and legitimacy, had rendered its verdict. The pirates were a better government than the government. Tax revenues flowed upward through the Confederation's hierarchy with the same mechanical regularity that marked the distribution of plunder. Fleet commanders forwarded their collections to the Red Flag Fleet's treasury. The treasury was managed by officers appointed directly by Zheng Yi, literate men, some of them captured merchants or scholars pressed into service, who maintained ledgers recording every payment, every expenditure, every disbursement. These ledgers have not survived. They were almost certainly destroyed during the Confederation's eventual dissolution, but their existence is attested by multiple sources, including Richard Glasspool, the captured British officer who described with bemused admiration a financial system that would not have been out of place in the East India Company's own accounting offices. The revenues were enormous. Precise figures are impossible to reconstruct, but estimates based on the volume of maritime trade passing through the Confederation's territory, the documented protection fee rates, and the value of captured prizes suggest that Zheng Yi's confederation generated annual revenues equivalent to millions of silver taels, a sum that rivaled the tax income of several of the Qing dynasty's provincial governments. This wealth funded a continuous program of fleet expansion and armament. New war junks were commissioned from shipyards up and down the coast. Shipyards whose owners were paid well enough to overlook the fact that they were building vessels for the empire's most wanted criminals. Existing ships were repaired, refitted, and armed with the best cannon available, much of it purchased from European arms dealers who were happy to sell to anyone with silver and indifferent to questions about how that silver had been obtained. The fleet grew, the patrols expanded. The protection network extended further along the coast and deeper into the river systems that fed the Pearl River Delta. Coastal villages that had previously been independent, fishing communities, salt harvesting settlements, small trading posts, were brought into the Confederation's orbit, paying regular fees in exchange for protection and trading privileges. Some of these communities became active participants in the pirate economy, providing food, fresh water, ship repair, and intelligence about Qing naval movements in exchange for a share of the Confederation's prosperity. The boundary between pirate territory and imperial territory became a line drawn on water, invisible, shifting, but understood by everyone who lived along the coast. On one side of that line, the emperor's law nominally applied. On the other, the law of Zheng Yi was the only law that mattered. And yet, even as she built this empire, Zheng Yi faced a threat that no amount of organizational genius could eliminate, a threat that came not from the Qing government or from foreign navies, but from within her own confederation. The threat had a name, a fleet, and an ambition that had been growing since the day she assumed command. His name was Po Tai, and he commanded the Black Flag Fleet. Po Tai was everything that made Confederation management a daily exercise in political survival. He was experienced, a veteran pirate who had been raiding the South China Sea since before Zheng Yi had left the flower boats. He was proud, a self-made captain who had built his fleet from nothing, and who chafed at taking orders from anyone, let alone a woman whose authority derived from marriage rather than from personal conquest. And he was powerful. The Black Flag Fleet was the second largest in the Confederation, commanding several hundred vessels and tens of thousands of men, a force that could not be dismissed, could not be easily destroyed, and could not be permanently placated. From the moment Zheng Yi assumed command, Po Tai's loyalty was conditional. He obeyed the Confederation's rules when obedience served his interests. He ignored them when he calculated that the costs of violation were outweighed by the benefits of independence. He tested boundaries with the practiced patience of a man who was not yet ready to rebel openly, but who was methodically establishing the conditions under which rebellion might succeed. He expanded his operations beyond his assigned territory, encroaching on waters designated for other fleets. He retained a larger share of captured plunder than the code permitted, daring Zheng Yi to enforce the rules against a commander powerful enough to make enforcement costly. He treated the Confederation's diplomatic agreements with foreign traders as suggestions rather than obligations, raiding vessels that carried protection passes when he judged that the prize was worth the political consequences. Each of these violations was a test. Each was a message, transmitted not through words but through actions, that Opotai considered himself not Zheng Yi Sao's subordinate, but her rival. And each required a response calibrated with the precision of a surgeon's knife, firm enough to assert authority, restrained enough to avoid provoking the open break that would shatter the Confederation. Zheng Yi Sao's handling of Opotai during the first year of her sole command reveals the quality of mind that separated her from every other pirate leader of her era. She did not confront him directly. She did not demand public submission. She did not threaten force. A threat she could have carried out, since the Red Flag Fleet outmatched the Black Flag Fleet, but only at the cost of the civil war that would have destroyed everything she had built. Instead, she managed him through the same techniques of indirect influence that she had used to consolidate power after Zheng Yi's death. She strengthened her relationships with the other fleet commanders, ensuring that if Opotai ever moved against her, he would face not just the Red Flag Fleet, but a coalition of 3 or 4 fleets whose combined strength would be overwhelming. She assigned the most lucrative raiding opportunities to fleets that demonstrated loyalty, ensuring that Opotai's captains saw the economic cost of their commanders' insubordination, saw that the obedient fleets were growing richer while the Black Flag Fleet's income stagnated. She cultivated relationships within the Black Flag Fleet itself, identifying captains and officers whose loyalty to Opotai was less than absolute, ensuring that if a break came, the Black Flag Fleet would not move as a unified force, but would fracture along the lines she had carefully weakened. And she used Chang Pao. She sent the Red Flag Fleet's military commander on operations that brought him into proximity with Black Flag territory, not invading, not raiding, but present, visible. A reminder that the Confederation's most formidable fighting force was commanded by a young man whose personal loyalty to Zheng Yi Sao was absolute, whose reputation for violence in battle was growing with every engagement, and whose fleet was always within striking distance. Opotai understood the message. He was a pirate, not a fool. He continued his provocations, but he calibrated them carefully. He pushed, but he did not push far enough to justify the response that would destroy him. An equilibrium emerged, tense, unstable, requiring constant maintenance but functional. The Black Flag Fleet remained inside the Confederation. Its commander remained resentful, ambitious, and dangerous, and Zheng Yi Sao remained watchful, patient, and prepared. This was the political reality behind the military spectacle. The invisible architecture of alliances, threats, incentives, and managed rivalries that made the Confederation function. From the outside, it looked like a navy. From the inside, it was a continuous negotiation, a daily exercise in the management of armed men who followed rules only because the consequences of breaking them were worse than the indignities of obedience. And at the center of this negotiation, holding it together through the sheer force of political intelligence, was the woman from the flower boats. The Qing dynasty, meanwhile, was preparing its response. The imperial court had watched with growing alarm as the pirate confederation consolidated under its new leader, expanded its operations, and established what amounted to a rival government along the Guangdong coast. The governor-general of Guangdong, a man named Na Yancheng, was under intense pressure from Beijing to resolve the pirate crisis. Pressure that intensified with every merchant complaint, every burned village, every humiliating report of imperial warships fleeing from pirate squadrons. Na Yancheng was a capable administrator, but he faced a problem that no amount of administrative capability could solve. His navy was outmatched, His treasury was stretched thin by competing demands, and the pirates were growing stronger while his resources remained static. Still, the empire had to act. The prestige of the Qing dynasty, the mandate of heaven itself, that cosmic authorization that legitimized imperial rule, demanded that a former prostitute commanding a fleet of sea thieves could not be permitted to operate a parallel state within the empire's borders. The political calculus was clear even if the military calculus was not. The empire had to fight whether or not it could win. In the spring of 1808, Na Yancheng assembled the largest naval force the Guangdong provincial government had deployed in decades. Every available warship was pressed into service. Crews were recruited, bribed, and conscripted. Officers who had spent years avoiding combat suddenly found themselves with orders to seek out and destroy the pirate fleet. The governor-general stripped coastal defenses, recalled patrol vessels from outlying stations, and concentrated his forces for a decisive blow aimed at the heart of the Confederation, the Red Flag Fleet and its commander. The Imperial fleet sailed out of Canton in early autumn, flags flying, drums beating, cannon loaded, carrying the full weight of imperial authority and the desperate hope that concentrated force could accomplish what years of scattered patrols had not. Na Yancheng had committed everything. If this campaign failed, there would be nothing left to try. Zheng Yi knew they were coming before they cleared the river mouth. Her intelligence network, fishermen, coastal villagers, corrupt officials, merchants who owed their livelihoods to the pirate protection system, fed her information about the imperial fleet's movements with a speed and accuracy that the Qing Navy's own communication system could not match. She knew the fleet's size, its composition, the names of its commanders, and the approximate time of its departure. She had been preparing for this confrontation since assuming sole command. In a sense, she had been preparing for it since the day she left the flower boats. What happened next? In the shallow coastal waters off the Guangdong coast in the autumn of 1808 was not a battle. It was an education. Zheng Yi did not meet the imperial fleet in open water. She did not mass her forces for the kind of grand line-against-line engagement that European navies favored, and that Qing admirals trained on the same tactical manuals their predecessors had used for generations expected. She did something far more devastating. She let them come to her. The waters off the Guangdong coast were not the open ocean. They were a labyrinth, a shifting, treacherous maze of shallow estuaries, tidal flats, mangrove-choked islands, sandbars that appeared and vanished with the tides, and narrow channels where a deep-drafted imperial warship could run aground while a shallow-hulled pirate junk sailed past untouched. Zheng Yi's captains had spent years in these waters. They knew every channel, every sandbar, every tidal pattern, every hidden cove where a squadron could lie in ambush behind a screen of mangroves and emerge without warning on an enemy's flank. The Imperial fleet, by contrast, was sailing into geography it understood only from charts. Charts that were outdated, incomplete, and useless in waters where the bottom shifted with every monsoon season. She deployed the Red Flag Fleet in dispersed formations across a wide arc of coastal water, positioning her squadrons not as a single force but as a network of interlocking elements. Small groups of fast war junks stationed at the mouths of channels, heavier armed vessels anchored in deeper water behind screening islands, communication boats racing between positions to coordinate movements. The formation looked to an approaching enemy like scattered disorganization. It was, in fact, a trap of extraordinary sophistication, a crescent-shaped killing zone designed to draw the Imperial fleet forward into waters where its advantages in ship size and individual armament would be neutralized by shallow drafts, narrow channels, and enemies attacking from multiple directions simultaneously. The Imperial fleet entered the trap on a morning when the wind came from the northeast, pushing the Qing warships southward along the coast at a pace their commanders could not easily reverse. The first engagement was almost casual. A small squadron of red flag junks appeared at the edge of the Imperial formation, exchanged cannon fire at long range, and then retreated southward, drawing the fastest Imperial ships forward in pursuit. This was the oldest trick in naval warfare, and the Qing commanders should have recognized it. Some of them probably did. But the political pressure to engage, to show results, to bring back pirate hulls as proof of imperial power, overrode tactical caution. The van of the imperial fleet surged forward. The rest followed, spreading out as faster ships pulled ahead of slower ones, the tight formation dissolving as individual captains chased individual prizes. By midday, the imperial fleet was strung out across 15 miles of coastal water, its components separated by distances too great for signal flags to bridge, its commanders unable to coordinate or communicate, each ship or small group of ships operating effectively alone in waters they did not know. And then the trap closed. From behind mangrove islands, from inside hidden estuaries, from channels so narrow that the imperial lookouts had dismissed them as impassable, the red flag fleet emerged, not in ones and twos, but in squadron. 50, 60, 100 junks at a time converging on the separated imperial ships from multiple angles, their cannon firing at ranges so close that the gunners could see the faces of the men they were killing. The imperial warships designed for open water engagements, where their heavier armament could be brought to bear at distance, found themselves fighting at knife range in shallow water against enemies who knew every current and every sandbar. Ships that tried to turn and flee ran aground on shoals their pilots had not charted. Ships that tried to form defensive clusters found themselves surrounded before they could close ranks. Ships that stood and fought discovered that individual courage was meaningless against coordinated attacks by 5, 6, 7 enemy vessels simultaneously, each one pouring fire into a single target until its hull was shattered and its crew was dead or drowning. The battle, if it can be called a battle when the outcome is never in doubt, lasted less than a day. By late afternoon, the imperial fleet had effectively ceased to exist as a fighting force. Dozens of warships had been sunk, burned, or captured. Hundreds of imperial sailors were dead. The surviving vessels, those that had been far enough from the center of the engagement to escape the encirclement, fled northward toward Canton in disarray, their commanders knowing that they were sailing back not to safety but to disgrace. The Governor-General's great offensive, the concentrated blow that was supposed to end the pirate menace, had been swatted aside like a hand brushing away a fly. Zheng Yi Sao's losses were minimal. A handful of junks damaged, a few dozen casualties. The disproportion was so extreme that it strained the credibility of the official reports and reports that the Qing bureaucracy attempted to suppress, minimize, and rewrite in the months that followed. But the fishermen and merchants and coastal villagers who had watched the smoke rising from the water knew what had happened, and the pirate crews who had fought the engagement knew. And the other fleet commanders in the Confederation, including Opo Tai, watching from Black Flag territory with the calculating gaze of a man reassessing his assumptions, knew. The woman from the flower boats had just destroyed the Qing dynasty's Guangdong naval squadron. She had done it not through superior numbers alone, though she had those, and not through superior firepower alone, though she had that too. She had done it through superior intelligence, in both senses of the word. Better information about the enemy's movements, dispositions, and intentions, and a better mind applying that information to the problem of how to fight and win. The aftermath of the autumn 1808 engagement sent shockwaves through every level of Qing governance. Governor-General Na Yancheng, who had staked his career and his province's depleted treasury on the offensive, faced a political crisis that went far beyond military defeat. The emperor's court demanded explanations. The Board of War in Beijing demanded accountability. Provincial officials who had warned against the offensive, quietly in private memoranda carefully worded to protect their authors regardless of the outcome, now produced those memoranda and allowed them to circulate. Now, Yancheng's position was precarious in the way that only a Qing official's position could be precarious. He faced not merely demotion or dismissal, but the possibility of criminal prosecution, exile, or worse. But the Governor-General's personal fate was secondary to the strategic reality his defeat had created. The Guangdong naval squadron was shattered. Replacing the lost ships would take years and money the province did not have. Recruiting and training new crews would take longer still. In the meantime, the coast was effectively undefended. The pirate confederation, already operating with near impunity, now faced no meaningful naval opposition at all. The waters between Canton and the open sea, the arterial route through which flowed a significant portion of the Qing dynasty's foreign trade revenue, were pirate territory in fact as well as in practice. Zheng Yi did not gloat. She expanded. In the months following the 1808 victory, the Confederation's operations reached a scale that transformed the pirate problem from a regional embarrassment into a national crisis. The protection fee system was extended to cover virtually every merchant vessel operating in Guangdong waters, coastal villages that had previously maintained a precarious neutrality, paying small bribes to pirates while nominally remaining under imperial jurisdiction, were now brought firmly into the Confederation's orbit. Their headmen informed that neutrality was no longer an option. You were inside the system or you were a target. Most chose to be inside. The Confederation's tax collectors, and by now they were tax collectors in everything but title, operated with the bureaucratic regularity of government officials. They arrived at predictable intervals. They carried documentation. They assessed fees based on established schedules. They issued receipts. The merchants and villagers who dealt with them reported, with the resigned pragmatism of people who had learned to survive under whatever authority controlled their waters, that the pirate taxation system was more transparent, more predictable, and in many cases less burdensome than the Qing government's own tax apparatus. The imperial tax system was notorious for its arbitrary surcharges, its corrupt collectors who pocketed portions of every payment, and its unpredictable timing that could demand a year's taxes in a single devastating assessment. The pirates charged what they charged, collected when they said they would collect, and delivered the protection they promised. For a merchant captain or a village headman trying to make rational economic decisions, the choice was not difficult. The river systems feeding into the Pearl River Delta, capillary networks of waterways that reached deep into Guangdong's interior, connecting coastal communities to inland markets, became arteries of pirate commerce. Confederate vessels pushed further upriver than they had ever operated before, extending the protection network to communities that had previously been beyond pirate reach. Salt transports, rice shipments, timber barges, fishing fleets, everything that moved on water now moved under the Confederation's shadow, and the Confederation's treasury swelled accordingly. With this revenue came military expansion. New war junks slid down the ways at shipyards along the coast, their hulls painted with the colors of whichever fleet had commissioned them, their decks mounted with cannon purchased from European and Southeast Asian arms merchants. The Confederation's weapons procurement network had grown sophisticated enough to operate as a parallel arms market, with agents stationed in Macau, Vietnam, and the Philippines sourcing gunpowder, shot, and firearms from suppliers who asked no questions. The quality of pirate armament improved steadily. Early in the Confederation's history, many pirate vessels had fought with makeshift weapons or grappling hooks, boarding pikes, small-caliber swivel guns. By 1809, the Red Flag Fleet's war junks carried cannon that were comparable in quality and quantity to anything in the Qing Navy's arsenal, and some vessels mounted European-manufactured guns that were superior. The fleet's tactical capabilities evolved in parallel with its armament. Zheng Yi and Chang Pao developed a system of coordinated operations that allowed multiple squadrons to execute complex maneuvers across wide stretches of water. Converging attacks, strategic withdrawals, feints designed to draw enemy forces out of position, blockades of harbors and river mouths that could be established and lifted with a speed that left imperial commanders bewildered. Communication between squadrons relied on a network of fast boats carrying written orders, supplemented by a system of visual signals, flags, smoke, and mirror flashes that allowed basic tactical information to be transmitted across distances of several miles. The system was imperfect. It could not match the real-time communication that modern navies would later achieve with radio, but it was far more sophisticated than anything the Qing Navy employed, and it gave Zheng Yi a degree of command and control over her dispersed forces that her opponents could not replicate. The human dimension of this expansion was as significant as the military one. The Confederation's ranks swelled with new recruits drawn by the promise of regular income, relative safety, and a place in a hierarchy that rewarded competence regardless of origin. Fishermen whose catches could no longer sustain their families. Sailors discharged from merchant vessels that had been captured or driven out of business. Farmers from coastal villages where drought or flood had destroyed the harvest. Deserters from the Qing military, attracted by pirate wages that dwarfed their imperial pay. Women, too, not only as the wives and families of pirates, but as active participants in the Confederation's economy, managing shore-based supply networks, serving as intermediaries in ransom negotiations, and in some cases crewing vessels themselves. The Confederation was becoming not merely a fleet, but a society, a floating nation with its own economy, its own laws, its own social hierarchy, and its own culture. And at the apex of this society sat a woman who had spent the first 26 years of her life as a commodity, bought, sold, and used by others. The irony was so complete that it approached the mythological. The flower boat woman now commanded an empire. The prostitute now dictated terms to governors. The tanka underclass woman, legally forbidden from setting foot on land, now controlled the waters that the land-dwelling elite depended upon for their wealth. If there was any justice in this reversal, it was the cold justice of capability. The justice that says the world belongs to those who can take it and hold it, regardless of what the world's official hierarchies believe they deserve. The Qing government's response to the post-1808 crisis unfolded in several overlapping and frequently contradictory directions, each reflecting a different faction's diagnosis of the problem and each undermining the others with the bureaucratic efficiency that characterized late Qing governance at its worst. The first response was military reconstruction. Governor General Nanchang, his position stabilized by the simple fact that no one else wanted his impossible job, began the slow process of rebuilding the Guangdong Naval Squadron. New ships were commissioned. Crews were recruited with signing bonuses funded by emergency levies on Canton's merchant community. Levies that the merchants paid with bitter resentment, noting that they were being taxed twice, once by the government that failed to protect them, and once by the pirates who actually did. The rebuilt fleet was smaller than the one that had been destroyed, its ships newer, but their crews less experienced, its officers haunted by the memory of what had happened the last time an imperial fleet had sailed out to challenge Zheng Yi. The second response was diplomatic, or more precisely, desperate. The Qing court reached out to foreign naval powers for assistance in suppressing the pirate confederation. This was an extraordinary admission of weakness for a dynasty that had spent 2 centuries maintaining the fiction that China was the center of the world and needed nothing from barbarian nations. The primary appeal went to the Portuguese, who maintained a colonial presence in Macau just downriver from Canton. The Portuguese had their own reasons for wanting the pirates suppressed. Their trading vessels were as vulnerable as anyone else's, and the pirate confederation's growing dominance of coastal waters threatened Macau's commercial viability. A Portuguese naval squadron was assembled and, in late 1809, sailed into the South China Sea in coordination with a rebuilt Qing fleet, intending to catch the pirate confederation in a combined operation that would overwhelm it from multiple directions. The combined Sino-Portuguese operation was, by the modest standards of Qing anti-piracy campaigns, not incompetent. The Portuguese brought European naval discipline, relatively modern warships, and officers who understood coordinated fleet operations in ways that the Qing Navy did not. The plan was sound in principle. The Portuguese squadron would block the Confederation's access to open sea while the Qing fleet pushed southward from Canton, compressing the pirates into a shrinking zone of coastal water where their numerical advantage would be neutralized by the lack of maneuvering room. Zheng Yi responded by refusing to be where they expected her to be. She dispersed the Red Flag fleet into small squadrons that melted into the coastal labyrinth, the same maze of estuaries, islands, and hidden channels that had served her so well in 1808. The combined fleet sailed into waters that should have been teeming with pirates and found them eerily empty. The pirate junks had vanished into the landscape like water soaking into sand, The Portuguese and Qing commanders spent weeks patrolling, searching, chasing ghost sightings and false reports, burning fuel and patience in equal measure, while their quarry remained invisible. When the combined fleet did manage to bring pirate forces to action, the engagements were inconclusive. Zheng Yi's captains fought only when the odds favored them, emerging from concealment to strike at isolated enemy vessels or small detachments that had strayed from the main body, inflicting damage and then withdrawing before the combined fleet could concentrate. It was a strategy of attrition, not annihilation, designed not to defeat the enemy fleet in a single engagement, but to wear it down through 100 small cuts, each one trivial in itself, but collectively devastating to morale, to supplies, and to the political will required to sustain the campaign. The Portuguese, accustomed to European naval warfare where fleets met in decisive engagements and one side won, found this kind of fighting maddening. Their ships were designed for open water combat. Their guns were devastating at range, but useless against an enemy who refused to present a target. Their crews grew frustrated, then exhausted, then sick, the tropical climate and unfamiliar waters taking a toll that no enemy fleet could have inflicted more efficiently. Within weeks, the Portuguese commander was exchanging increasingly tense communications with his Qing counterpart, each man blaming the other for the campaign's failure to produce the decisive victory that both governments demanded. The combined operation ground to a halt in early 1810 without achieving any of its objectives. The Portuguese withdrew to Macau, their commander filing reports that emphasized the difficulty of the terrain and the unexpected sophistication of the pirate forces, while carefully avoiding any acknowledgement that a former prostitute had outmaneuvered two professional navies simultaneously. The Qing fleet limped back to Canton, its losses modest, but its failure complete. The pirates remained undefeated. The Confederation remained intact. The woman remained in command. The third response, and in retrospect, the one that came closest to threatening Zheng Yi's position, was not military at all. It was political. The Qing government, recognizing that it could not destroy the Confederation by force, began to explore the possibility of destroying it from within. The strategy was simple in concept and devastatingly effective in execution. Offer amnesty to individual pirates who surrendered, with financial incentives generous enough to make defection attractive, and target those offers at the points of greatest tension within the Confederation's internal politics. The obvious target was O Po Tai. The Black Flag Fleet commander had been a problem for Zheng Yi since the day she assumed power. His resentment of her authority had not diminished. If anything, it had grown, fed by the constellation of grievances that accumulate when a proud man is forced to subordinate himself to someone he considers his inferior. The Confederation's successes under Zheng Yi's leadership should have quieted his objections. Instead, they sharpened them. Every victory she won was a reminder that the Confederation was hers, not his. Every extension of her authority was a diminution of his autonomy. Every demonstration of her strategic genius was an implicit rebuke to his own ambitions. O Po Tai was a man who had spent his life commanding through personal force, and he was trapped in a system that rendered personal force secondary to political intelligence. A system designed by and for a woman whose gifts were precisely the ones he lacked. The Qing officials who approached O Po Tai quietly through intermediaries, with the careful indirection that characterized Chinese diplomatic practice, offered him everything his resentment craved: amnesty for all past crimes, a commission in the Imperial Navy, it not a token rank, but a real command, with ships and men and the official status that would transform him from a criminal into a servant of the throne. Financial compensation generous enough to replace the income he would lose by leaving the Confederation. And most importantly, the implicit promise that the empire would look the other way while he continued to operate in the South China Sea, now under imperial colors rather than pirate banners. The same trade, the same violence, the same profits, but sanctioned rather than criminalized. For a man like O Po Tai, the offer must have been intoxicating. It offered him everything the Confederation denied him: independence, legitimacy, freedom from the authority of a woman he despised. It offered him a way out of a hierarchy that placed him permanently second to someone whose origins he considered beneath contempt. And it offered him something that his position within the Confederation never could: the backing of the state, the protection of the law, the transformation of his piracy from crime into service. Po Tai began negotiations with the Qing government in secret. But secrets, in a confederation whose intelligence network reached into every harbor and every official study along the Guangdong coast, had a limited lifespan. Zheng Yi learned of Po Tai's contacts with the government within weeks of their commencement. The information came through the same channels that had warned her of the imperial fleet's movements, the same web of informants and intermediaries that made her, in matters of intelligence, the best informed person on the South China Sea. She now faced the most dangerous crisis of her leadership, more dangerous than the Qing fleet, more dangerous than the Portuguese intervention, more dangerous than anything the external world could throw at her. The Black Flag Fleet's defection would not merely reduce the Confederation's numerical strength. It would shatter the psychological foundation on which the entire enterprise rested. The belief, shared by every captain and every sailor in the Confederation, that the alliance was unbreakable, that its leader was in control, that the system worked. If Po Tai walked away and prospered, every other fleet commander would calculate that they could do the same. The Confederation would not collapse in a single dramatic moment. It would bleed out, one defection at a time, until there was nothing left but the Red Flag Fleet and a woman whose empire had dissolved around her. The situation demanded a response, and the response demanded a choice that revealed the core of Zheng Yi's strategic philosophy. She could attack. The Red Flag Fleet was powerful enough to destroy the Black Flag Fleet in a direct confrontation, and Chang Pao was eager to do exactly that. To settle the Po Tai problem with cannon and boarding parties, to make an example so brutal that no other commander would dare contemplate defection. The military solution was available, and it was tempting. Zheng Yi rejected it. Not because she lacked the stomach for violence, her record amply demonstrated otherwise, but because she understood what a civil war within the Confederation would cost even if she won it. A war with the Black Flag Fleet would consume ships, men, and ammunition that she could not spare. It would leave both fleets weakened and vulnerable to the Qing Navy, which was waiting for exactly this kind of internal conflict. It would terrify the neutral fleet commanders, who might interpret an attack on Po Tai not as the enforcement of Confederate law, but as a power-hungry leader destroying anyone who challenged her. And it would prove Po Tai's implicit argument that the Confederation was held together by force rather than by mutual benefit, and that any member who displeased the leader was subject to destruction. Instead, she chose a response so characteristic of her particular genius that it deserves examination in detail, because it illustrates the difference between a commander who thinks in terms of force and a ruler who thinks in terms of systems. She did nothing to Po Tai directly. She did not confront him. She did not threaten him. She did not even acknowledge that she knew about his negotiations with the government. Instead, she began to adjust the Confederation's operations in ways that systematically degraded the Black Flag Fleet's economic position while enhancing everyone else's. The most lucrative raiding territories were quietly reassigned. Protection fee revenues from the richest merchant routes were redirected to fleets whose loyalty was secure. Information about Qing naval patrol movements, information that was essential for safe and profitable raiding, flowed freely to the loyal fleets and arrived at the Black Flag Fleet late, incomplete, or not at all. The effect was gradual but devastating. Po Tai's captains, accustomed to the steady income that Confederation membership provided, found their revenues declining. Their raids became less productive and more dangerous. The contrast with the other fleets, which were prospering visibly, their ships well supplied, their crews well paid, was impossible to miss. Grumbling spread through the Black Flag Fleet's ranks. Captains who had been loyal to Po Tai began to wonder whether their commander's personal grudge against Zheng Yi was costing them money they could not afford to lose. The same calculations that had brought them into the Confederation in the first place, the recognition that cooperation was more profitable than independence, now worked against Opotai because his insubordination was making cooperation less profitable for his own men. Zheng Yi was not merely punishing Opotai, she was making the punishment visible to his own people while keeping her own hands clean. She was turning the Black Flag fleet's internal dynamics against its commander, using the same understanding of human motivation that had served her on the flower boats, in her consolidation of power, and in every political contest she had ever fought. She was demonstrating once again that the most effective exercise of power was often invisible, not the sword, but the hand that controls who gets fed and who goes hungry. Whether this pressure would have been sufficient to bring Opotai to heel without an open break is a question that history ultimately did not answer, because events were already moving toward a resolution that none of the participants had fully anticipated. The pressures converging on the Confederation, Qing military campaigns, Portuguese intervention, internal dissent, the relentless attrition of maintaining a criminal empire against the resources of an entire dynasty, were building toward a conclusion. Not the conclusion the Qing government wanted, not the conclusion Opotai wanted, but a conclusion that bore in every detail the unmistakable signature of the woman who had orchestrated it. The year 1810 would bring the endgame, and in that endgame, Zheng Yi would demonstrate the most remarkable of all her capabilities. Not the ability to fight, not the ability to organize, not the ability to command, but the ability to know when to stop. The endgame began not with a battle or a betrayal, but with a calculation. The kind of calculation that only a mind trained in the cold arithmetic of survival could perform while surrounded by people who mistook momentum for permanence. By the early months of 1810, Zheng Yi occupied a position that most observers, her own captains, the Qing court, the Portuguese naval command in Macau, the British merchants nervously watching from their Canton factories, interpreted as one of supreme strength. The Confederation controlled more territory than ever. Its revenues were at their peak. Its fleets were better armed, better coordinated, and more numerous than at any point in its history. The combined Sino-Portuguese naval campaign had failed to dislodge her. The imperial government had been reduced to offering bribes to her subordinates because it could not defeat her forces. By any conventional measure of power, military, economic, territorial, the woman from the flower boats was winning. Zheng Yi saw something different. She saw what lay beneath the surface of that apparent strength, and what she saw was the beginning of an end that no amount of tactical brilliance could prevent. The signs were legible to anyone who knew how to read them, and she had spent her entire life reading signs that others missed. The Confederation's growth had reached the limits of what the South China Sea's economy could sustain. The protection fee system, however efficient, was ultimately parasitic. It extracted wealth from a maritime trade that it did not create, and that trade was contracting. Years of pirate dominance had driven the most profitable foreign merchants to seek alternative routes that avoided Guangdong waters entirely. British tea traders, the most lucrative targets in the South China Sea, were increasingly routing their shipments through other ports or negotiating armed convoys that made raiding expensive and unpredictable. The Chinese coastal trade, the rice transports, salt shipments, and fishing fleets that formed the bulk of the Confederation's tax base was suffering under the cumulative weight of years of extraction. Villages were poorer, merchants were fewer. The sea was being fished out, not of fish, but of the wealth that made piracy sustainable. The arithmetic was simple and merciless. The Confederation's expenses were growing, more ships to maintain, more crews to feed, more ammunition to purchase, more bribes to pay, while its revenue base was shrinking. The gap between income and expenditure was still narrow, still manageable, still invisible to captains who measured their prosperity in the cargo of their latest prize rather than in the long-term sustainability of the enterprise. But Zheng Yi saw the trend line, and she understood where it led. A pirate confederation that could not pay its crews was a confederation that would devour itself. Hungry men did not maintain discipline. Underpaid captains did not follow codes. A fleet that could not afford gunpowder could not win battles. The end, when it came, would not be dramatic. It would be the slow, grinding dissolution of an organization that had consumed its own resource base, like a fire that has burned through all available fuel and has nothing left to feed on but itself. The Qing government's amnesty program was accelerating this timeline. Opotai's negotiations with the imperial authorities had not been resolved, but they had established a precedent that was now being exploited across the Confederation. Qing officials, encouraged by the cracks they had identified in the pirate alliance, were extending amnesty offers to individual captains within every fleet, not just the Black Flag fleet, but the white, the blue, the green, and even cautiously, the red. The terms were generous. Surrender your ships, swear loyalty to the emperor, and receive a pardon for all past crimes, a cash payment, and in many cases a commission in the Imperial Navy or the provincial militia. For a pirate captain weighing the declining returns of Confederation membership against the guaranteed income and legal immunity of government service, the calculation was becoming increasingly attractive. The defections were still a trickle, a captain here, a small squadron there, individuals and small groups peeling away from the Confederation's edges. But trickles, Zheng Yi knew, became streams. Streams became rivers, and rivers, given enough time, carved canyons through solid rock. Each defection weakened the Confederation not merely by reducing its numbers, but by weakening the psychological compact that held it together. The shared belief that the alliance was permanent, that its leader was invincible, that membership was the rational choice. Every captain who left and prospered under imperial amnesty was a living argument against that belief. Every pardon the Qing government issued was a door held open, an invitation to walk through it while the walking was good. And then there was Chang Pao. Her military commander, Yi, her sword, her instrument of force, the man whose battlefield ferocity had been the physical expression of her strategic vision for 3 years, was changing. The change was subtle, visible only to someone who watched him as closely as Zheng Yi watched everyone, but it was real. And it was accelerating. Chang Po was 23 years old. He had spent his adolescence and young manhood in a world of salt spray and cannon smoke, a world where his gifts, physical courage, tactical instinct, the ability to inspire men through the simple expedient of being the first one over the enemy's gunwale, had made him powerful beyond anything a Tonka fisherman's son could have imagined. But power, once tasted, creates appetites that grow faster than the supply of power itself. Chang Pao was no longer content to be the sword in Zheng Yi's hand. He wanted to be the hand. The evidence was behavioral, not verbal. Chang Pao did not challenge Zheng Yi's authority directly. He was too intelligent for that, and his personal loyalty to her, whatever its precise nature, was genuine. But he began making operational decisions without consulting her. He initiated raids on targets she had not approved. He negotiated with coastal communities on terms that reflected his own priorities rather than the Confederation's strategic interests. He cultivated relationships with captains in other fleets, relationships that ran directly to him rather than through the Confederation's chain of command. Each of these actions was individually defensible. A military commander in the field needed latitude. A successful leader naturally attracted followers. Operational initiative was a virtue, not a vice. But taken together, the pattern was unmistakable to a woman who had spent her life recognizing the early symptoms of ambition, metastasizing into independence. Zheng Yi did not confront Chang Pao about these developments any more than she had confronted Opotai about his negotiations with the government. Confrontation was not her instrument. Instead, the amnesty program was creating exit options that made loyalty optional. The internal power dynamics were shifting in ways that threatened the delicate balance she had maintained since Zheng Yi's death, and the Qing government, for all its military incompetence, was learning. Each failed campaign taught the imperial bureaucracy something. Each year of the pirate crisis produced new officials, new strategies, new approaches to a problem that was not going away. The government was patient in ways that no pirate confederation could afford to be because governments operated on timescales measured in decades and dynasties, while pirate alliances operated on timescales measured in seasons and raids. The question was not whether the confederation would end, the question was how it would end and who would control the ending. This was the calculation that occupied Zheng Yi's mind in the early months of 1810, a calculation invisible to everyone around her, performed in the privacy of a strategic intelligence that had no equal in the South China Sea. And the answer she arrived at was one that no other pirate leader in history had ever reached, because no other pirate leader in history had possessed the combination of strategic vision, political realism, and sheer psychological discipline required to reach it. She decided to negotiate her own surrender. The word surrender requires immediate qualification, because what Zheng Yi envisioned bore no resemblance to what the Qing government meant by the term. When the imperial court spoke of pirate surrender, it imagined abject submission. Pirates on their knees before the emperor's representative begging for mercy, their fleets confiscated, their leaders in chains, or at best in the humiliating posture of criminals granted clemency by a benevolent throne. This was the theater of imperial power, the ritual through which the Qing dynasty performed its legitimacy, and it was non-negotiable in the minds of the mandarins who managed the empire's self-image. What Zheng Yi envisioned was something else entirely. She envisioned a transaction, a deal, negotiated between equals, in which both parties received something they wanted and both parties accepted compromises they could live with. She would give the Qing government what it needed: the dissolution of the pirate confederation, the end of the threat to Guangdong's maritime trade, the restoration of imperial authority over the South China Sea, and the political spectacle of a great pirate leader accepting the emperor's mercy. These were valuable commodities. The government had been trying to purchase them with cannon, and had failed. She intended to sell them for a price that would make military victory unnecessary. Her price was comprehensive: amnesty for every pirate in the Confederation, not selective pardons for individuals, but a blanket guarantee covering all 80,000 members of the alliance, retention of all accumulated wealth, every tael of silver, every chest of goods, every asset that the Confederation and its members had acquired during their years of operation. No confiscation, no fines, no financial penalties of any kind. The right of former pirates to enter legitimate occupations without prejudice, including, for those who wished it, commissions in the Imperial Navy or the provincial military, and for herself, personal guarantees of safety, freedom, and the right to live where and how she chose, with her fortune intact and her person inviolate. These terms were, by any standard of the era, extraordinary. They amounted to a demand that the Qing dynasty publicly accept that it had been unable to defeat a criminal organization led by a former prostitute, that it pay for a peace it could not win through war, and that it welcome into its own military establishment men who had spent years killing its soldiers and burning its ships. The terms were also, Zheng Yi understood, the only terms the government would ultimately accept, because the alternative was the continuation of a conflict the government was losing, at a cost the government could not sustain, with no prospect of the military victory that would make harsher terms possible. But she could not negotiate these terms directly. A former prostitute and current pirate queen could not walk into the Governor General's office in Canton and sit down across the table from imperial officials. The social and political conventions of Qing China made such a meeting impossible, not because the officials were unwilling to negotiate, but because being seen to negotiate with a woman of her status would be a humiliation worse than the pirate threat itself. The empire needed an intermediary. It needed someone who could sit in the room with both sides, someone whose presence lent the proceedings a dignity that neither side could provide on its own. Zheng Yi found her intermediary in an unlikely figure, a woman named Madame Shu, the wife of a senior Qing military official. The details of how Zheng Yi made contact with Madame Shu, and how she persuaded a respectable woman married to an imperial officer to serve as a go-between with pirates, are not fully preserved in the sources. What we know is that the connection was established, and that Madame Shu agreed to carry messages between the pirate commander and the Qing authorities. Messages that would, over the following months, grow from tentative explorations into detailed negotiations over terms. The choice of a female intermediary was itself a masterstroke of political psychology. It meant that the initial conversations between the pirate confederation and the imperial government were conducted between women, outside the formal channels of male bureaucratic power, in a social register that Qing officialdom barely recognized as political. The men who would eventually have to approve or reject whatever terms emerged from these conversations were, for the critical early weeks of the negotiation, not in the room. They did not shape the framework. They did not set the agenda. They would be presented with a pre-negotiated structure and asked to accept or reject it. And by the time they saw it, the structure would already reflect Zheng Yi's priorities, embedded in the proposal's architecture by a mind that understood negotiation the way a composer understands harmony. Madame Xu carried the pirate queen's initial terms to the Qing authorities in the spring of 1810. The reaction was predictable: outrage, refusal, denunciation. The terms were impossible. The empire could not grant such concessions to criminals. The precedent would be catastrophic. Every bandit, every rebel, every disaffected group in the vast and restless empire would see that crime on a sufficient scale was rewarded rather than punished. The mandarins who reviewed the terms were genuinely scandalized, and their scandalization was genuine. They were men who had spent their careers within a system that operated according to rigid hierarchies of status, gender, and legitimacy, and the proposal they were reading violated every one of those hierarchies simultaneously. But scandalization, however sincere, was not a strategy. And the Qing officials who composed the outraged rejections of Zheng Yi's terms were the same officials who had presided over 3 years of military failure, who had watched 2 naval campaigns end in humiliation, who had seen a joint operation with a European power accomplish nothing, and who were now facing a pirate confederation that was extracting more revenue from Guangdong's waters than the provincial government itself. The arithmetic of moral outrage did not change the arithmetic of military reality, and the arithmetic of military reality said, with the implacable clarity of numbers, that the empire could not win this war. The negotiations continued. Through the spring and into the summer of 1810, Madame Xu shuttled between the pirate fleet and the provincial government, carrying proposals and counter-proposals, demands and rejections, concessions offered and concessions withdrawn. The process was slow, frustrating, and punctuated by crises, moments when one side or the other threatened to walk away, moments when a fresh pirate raid or a fresh imperial proclamation seemed to make continued negotiation impossible. Through it all, Zheng Yi maintained a dual posture that demonstrated her understanding of how negotiations between unequal parties actually work. She negotiated sincerely. Her offers were genuine. Her concessions were real. Her desire for a settlement was not feigned. And simultaneously, she continued to raid. The Confederation's operations did not pause for diplomacy. Merchant vessels were still stopped. Protection fees were still collected. Coastal communities were still taxed. Each raid was a negotiating tactic, a reminder to the Qing officials sitting across the table from Madame Xu that the Confederation's military capability was undiminished, that the cost of continued conflict was accumulating daily, and that the terms being offered were not a plea for mercy but a price for peace. While these negotiations unfolded, the O-Po-Tai situation reached its crisis point. The Black Flag Fleet commander, whose secret talks with the Qing government had been ongoing for months, finally moved. In the summer of 1810, O-Po-Tai formally defected from the Confederation, surrendering his fleet to the imperial authorities and accepting the amnesty terms that had been dangled before him since the previous year. The defection was significant. The Black Flag Fleet represented a substantial portion of the Confederation's total strength, and its departure was the first major fracture in the alliance since its founding. O-Po-Tai received his imperial commission, his cash payment, and his pardon. He sailed his ships into Canton Harbor under Qing colors, and the transformation was complete. The pirate was now an official, the criminal was now a servant of the throne, and the man who had spent years resenting Zheng Yi's authority was now free of it. The defection sent shockwaves through the Confederation. Captains who had been loyal, or at least compliant, watched Opotai's departure with the calculating gaze of men reassessing their options. If the Black Flag Fleet commander could walk away with his wealth, his freedom, and an imperial commission, what prevented them from doing the same? The psychological compact that Zheng Yi had maintained through years of careful management, the shared belief that the Confederation was permanent and membership was the only rational choice, cracked visibly. The trickle of individual defections that had been manageable throughout 1809 accelerated. Captains began approaching Qing officials on their own, seeking individual terms, testing the government's willingness to extend the same generosity it had shown Opotai. A lesser leader would have panicked. A leader who understood power only in military terms would have tried to stop the bleeding through force, hunting down defectors, making examples, punishing disloyalty with the spectacular violence that the code prescribed. Chang Pao advocated exactly this response. He wanted to attack Opotai's fleet before it could be fully integrated into the Qing Navy, to sink the Black Flag ships in Canton Harbor and send a message so bloody that no other commander would dare follow. His argument had military logic. The Red Flag Fleet was still powerful enough to strike at Canton. A devastating raid on the harbor, targeting the defecting ships specifically, would demonstrate that betrayal carried consequences that imperial protection could not prevent. Zheng Yi overruled him. Her reasoning, reconstructed from the subsequent course of events, reveals a strategic vision that had already moved beyond the question of whether to fight, and it was focused entirely on the question of how to end. Attacking Opotai would not reverse the defection. It would accelerate the Confederation's disintegration by terrifying the remaining fleet commanders into seeking their own separate deals with the government before they, too, became targets of Zheng Yi's wrath. It would also destroy the negotiating framework she had spent months building through Madame Xu, a framework that depended on both sides maintaining the fiction that a peaceful resolution was possible. An attack on Canton Harbor would not be a tactical operation. It would be a declaration of war that eliminated the possibility of the negotiated settlement she had already decided was the Confederation's best remaining option. Instead of attacking, Zheng Yi used Opotai's defection as a negotiating tool. She instructed Madame Xu to communicate a message to the Qing authorities that was, in its way, more devastating than any military strike. The Black Flag Fleet's defection had demonstrated that the amnesty program worked. Pirates would surrender if the terms were right. The government now had proof of concept. Zheng Yi was prepared to deliver something far more valuable than a single fleet. She was prepared to deliver the entire Confederation, every ship, every sailor, every pirate on the South China Sea in a single comprehensive settlement. But the price for that comprehensive settlement was higher than the price for Opotai's individual defection. The government had paid retail for one fleet. Zheng Yi was offering wholesale, and the wholesale price reflected the wholesale value. The argument was brilliant because it reframed Opotai's betrayal as evidence supporting Zheng Yi's negotiating position rather than undermining it. The Qing officials who had celebrated the Black Flag Fleet's defection as the beginning of the Confederation's collapse now found themselves confronted with a counter-argument they could not easily dismiss. Yes, you peeled away one fleet. It cost you a fortune in amnesty payments and imperial commissions. At that rate, buying off the entire Confederation one fleet at a time would bankrupt the province. Wouldn't it be more efficient, more economical, more dignified, more in keeping with the empire's interests, to negotiate a single comprehensive deal with the person who could actually deliver the whole package? The Qing officials recognized the logic even as they resented the woman presenting it. Governor General Bai Ling, Na Yancheng's successor, a man who had inherited the pirate crisis along with the province, and who was desperate for a resolution that would allow him to report success to Beijing, began to engage seriously with the comprehensive amnesty proposal. The negotiations shifted from exploratory to substantive. Specific terms were discussed. Specific concessions were offered and countered. The framework that Zheng Yi had embedded in the early proposals through Madame Xu began to harden into something resembling an agreement. The sticking points were predictable. The Qing government wanted public submission, a formal ceremony in which Zheng Yi Sao and her captains acknowledged the emperor's authority and begged for imperial mercy. Zheng Yi Sao refused anything that could be interpreted as an admission of defeat. The government wanted confiscation of pirate weapons and warships. Zheng Yi Sao insisted that her people retain a portion of their vessels and arms, enough to defend themselves during the vulnerable transition period between pirate and citizen, enough to ensure that the government could not simply arrest them all once they had disarmed. The government wanted the right to prosecute pirates who had committed specific atrocities, murders, kidnappings, attacks on imperial officials. Zheng Yi Sao demanded blanket amnesty with no exceptions, understanding that any exception would become a loophole through which the government could eventually swallow the entire agreement. Each of these disputes was resolved through the same process of incremental compromise that characterizes all negotiations between parties who need a deal more than they need to win every point. The ceremony of submission was reframed as a ceremony of reconciliation, a distinction that meant everything in the vocabulary of Qing political theater. The weapons issue was settled by allowing pirates to retain personal arms while surrendering the heavy naval cannon that represented offensive capability. The prosecution question was resolved by a formula that Zheng Yi Sao accepted because she understood its practical impotence. The government retained the theoretical right to prosecute specific crimes, but the burden of proof was set so high and the administrative process so cumbersome that prosecution was effectively impossible. Through all of these negotiations, Zheng Yi Sao demonstrated a quality that separated her not merely from other pirate leaders, but from most political figures of any era: the ability to distinguish between substance and symbol, and to trade symbols for substance without hesitation. She gave the Qing government every symbolic victory it needed: the ceremony of reconciliation, the formal acknowledgement of imperial authority, the language of mercy and benevolence that allowed the court to present the settlement as a triumph of Qing virtue rather than an admission of Qing failure. These symbols cost her nothing. They were words, gestures, performances, the currency of face in a culture that valued face above almost everything, and in exchange for these symbols she extracted substance: amnesty, wealth, freedom, safety, and the right of her people to enter legitimate society with their fortunes intact and their persons unmolested. The final terms agreed upon in the late summer of 1810 were these: all members of the pirate confederation who surrendered within a specified period would receive full amnesty for all past crimes. No individual would be prosecuted, imprisoned, or punished for any act committed during the Confederation's existence. All surrendering pirates would retain their personal property, including accumulated wealth from pirate operations. Former pirates would be permitted to enter any legitimate occupation, including government service, the imperial military, or commercial enterprise, without prejudice or restriction. Chang Pao would receive a commission in the Qing Navy as a lieutenant, later promoted to colonel, with command of a small squadron of ships, effectively becoming the very thing he had spent years fighting against. And Zheng Yi Sao herself would retain her entire fortune, would face no criminal charges of any kind, and would be free to live as she chose for the remainder of her life. The agreement covered approximately 17,000 pirates who surrendered directly under its terms. Others had already defected individually or in small groups under earlier amnesty programs. Still others melted back into the coastal population from which they had come, returning to fishing villages and river communities in the anonymous poverty of the tanka boat dwellers, carrying with them whatever they had managed to save from their years of piracy and whatever memories they chose to keep or forget. The Confederation, that extraordinary construction of political genius and maritime violence, that floating empire that had humiliated a dynasty and terrorized a sea, dissolved. Not in blood, not in defeat, not in the dramatic last stand that the romantic imagination demands. It dissolved in paperwork, in negotiated terms and signed agreements, and the quiet, anticlimactic machinery of bureaucratic process. The ceremony itself took place in Canton. The surviving accounts describe it in terms that reflect each observer's particular angle of vision. The Qing officials who orchestrated the event presented it as a magnanimous act of imperial benevolence. The the Son of Heaven extending mercy to wayward subjects who had finally recognized the error of their ways. The proclamations issued from the Governor-General's office spoke of the pirates' return to righteousness and the emperor's boundless compassion. The language was formulaic, the sentiments predictable, the performance executed with the practiced ease of a bureaucracy that had been staging rituals of submission and reconciliation for centuries. What the official accounts do not describe, what only emerges from the margins of the record from the observations of witnesses whose perspectives were less constrained by political necessity, is the figure at the center of the ceremony. A woman in her mid-30s, small in stature, dressed not in the rags of a penitent but in clothing that reflected the wealth she had accumulated and the status she had earned. A woman who had walked into the Governor-General's presence not with the bowed head of a criminal begging for mercy, but with the measured bearing of a negotiator who had come to collect on agreed terms. A woman who had, through the sheer force of her intelligence and will, turned the act of surrender into something that looked, to anyone paying close enough attention, remarkably like victory. The Qing government got what it needed: the end of the pirate confederation, the restoration of nominal imperial authority over Guangdong waters, and a political narrative it could sell to Beijing as evidence of competent governance. Zheng Yi got what she wanted. Everything. Her fortune, her freedom, her life, the safety of her people, and the knowledge, which no official ceremony could confer or revoke, that she had never been defeated, not by the Qing Navy, not by the Portuguese fleet, not by the internal contradictions of her own confederation, not by the accumulated weight of a civilization that insisted women like her did not, could not, should not exist. She had simply chosen to stop. And in choosing to stop on her own terms at the moment of her own choosing, she had accomplished something that no pirate before or since has ever achieved. She had won the endgame, not the battle. Battles are won by soldiers. The endgame, the final position on the board, the arrangement of pieces that remains after the last move has been made, and in that final position the woman from the flower boats held every piece that mattered. Chang Pao transitioned into his new role with the pragmatic adaptability that had characterized his entire career. The fisherman's son who had become a pirate captain, who had become a pirate admiral, now became an officer of the Qing Imperial Navy. He commanded a small squadron tasked with, and the irony was thick enough to cut, suppressing piracy along the Guangdong coast. The same waters he had once terrorized, he now patrolled. The same merchant vessels he had once raided, he now protected. The same coastal communities he had once taxed at the point of a cannon, he now served in the emperor's name. Whether he appreciated the symmetry of this transformation, the records do not say. What they do say is that he performed his new duties with competence and, by all accounts, without particular moral anguish. He had been a fisherman's son, then a captive, then a pirate, then a commander, and now an imperial officer. Each identity had been a response to circumstance, and Chang Pao was, above all else, a man who responded to circumstance with efficiency rather than sentiment. He and Zheng Yi formalized their relationship in a marriage that was recognized by both pirate tradition and imperial law, a marriage that gave her, for the first time in her life, a legitimate social status within Qing society. She was no longer Zheng Yi, wife of the dead pirate king. She was the wife of a Qing military officer, a respectable woman with a respectable husband and a fortune that, however it had been acquired, was now beyond legal challenge. The transformation was complete. The flower boat prostitute, the pirate queen, the woman who had commanded 80,000 men and defeated every force sent against her. She was now, in the eyes of the law and the society the law served, simply a wife. But Zheng Yi had never been simply anything. Chang Pao died in 1822 at approximately 36 years of age. The cause of his death is not recorded with certainty. Some accounts suggest illness, others hint at violence. The occupational hazard of a man whose career had placed him on both sides of the law and who had made enemies in both capacities. He left behind a son, and he left behind a widow who was, for the second time in her life, defined by the absence of the man whose name she carried. But the woman who had rebuilt an empire from the wreckage of her first husband's death was not the same woman who now faced the aftermath of her second husband's passing. She was older, somewhere in her late 40s, an age that in early 19th century China placed a woman firmly beyond the period of life where society expected her to be decorative, compliant, or available for the purposes of men. She was wealthy. Her fortune, accumulated during the Confederation years and protected by the Amnesty Agreement, remained intact and substantial. And she was, for the first time since she had stepped off the flower boats at the age of 26, genuinely free. Not free in the conditional, precarious, constantly defended sense in which she had been free as the Confederation's leader. Free in the way that only money, legal protection, and the absence of enemies powerful enough to threaten you can make a person free. The question of what Zheng Yi did with this freedom has been, for historians, both fascinating and frustrating. Fascinating because the answer reveals a dimension of her character that the pirate years, with their drama and violence and political complexity, tend to obscure. Frustrating because the historical record, which had tracked her movements with obsessive detail during her years as the most wanted criminal in the South China Sea, grew thin and intermittent once she ceased to be a threat to imperial order. The Qing bureaucracy had no reason to monitor a retired pirate queen living quietly in Canton. The foreign observers who had documented her reign with bewildered admiration had moved on to other stories. Yuan Yonglun, her captive chronicler, had published his account and returned to his own life. The spotlight that history had trained on Zheng Yi during her decade of power dimmed to a flicker once that power was voluntarily relinquished. What the remaining records tell us, supplemented by local histories and the oral traditions of Canton's waterfront communities, is this. Zheng Yi settled in Canton and opened a gambling house. The fact lands with the peculiar force of the unexpected and the perfectly logical arriving simultaneously. A gambling house. Not a shipping company, not a trading firm, not any of the enterprises that a woman of her maritime expertise might have been expected to pursue. A gambling house. An establishment that operated in the gray space between respectability and vice, that required precisely the skills she had spent her life perfecting. The management of money, the reading of human character, the maintenance of order in an environment where greed and desperation and alcohol combined to produce volatility, and the cultivation of relationships with local officials whose tolerance was essential and whose price was negotiable. The gambling house was located in the same waterfront district where the flower boats had once moored. The same stretch of the Pearl River where a tanka girl had learned to read men's weaknesses and turn them to her advantage. The geographic symmetry was either coincidental or deliberate. And with Zheng Yi nothing was ever entirely coincidental. She had returned to the world that had made her, but she had returned as its master rather than its servant. The men who came through her doors, merchants, sailors, soldiers, officials, the same cross-section of male society that had once come to the flower boat seeking a different kind of transaction, came now on her terms, into her space, playing games whose odds she controlled and whose profits flowed into her accounts. The gambling house prospered. Canton in the 1820s and 1830s was a city of enormous commercial energy. The gateway through which China's trade with the Western world continued to flow in ever-increasing volume. The foreign trading community was expanding. The opium trade, still technically illegal but practically unstoppable, was generating fortunes that needed to be spent, and gambling was one of the preferred mechanisms of expenditure. Zheng Yi's establishment attracted a clientele that ranged from common sailors losing their voyage pay at fan-tan tables to wealthy merchants risking sums that would have fed a village for a year on a single evening's entertainment. The house took its percentage with the same mechanical regularity that the Confederation had once collected its protection fees. The same principle in miniature of extracting a reliable margin from other people's appetites. Some accounts suggest that the gambling house was not her only business interest. Local traditions mention involvement in the salt trade, a commodity she would have understood intimately from her pirate years, when salt transports had been among the Confederation's most regular targets. Other accounts hint at continued connections to the smuggling networks that operated along the Guangdong coast, networks whose personnel overlapped significantly with the former membership of the pirate confederation and whose operations benefited from the knowledge and contacts that a former pirate queen could provide. These accounts are difficult to verify. The line between legitimate commerce and illegal trade in early 19th century Canton was drawn in water rather than in stone, and a woman of Zheng Yi's experience and connections would have found it natural to operate on both sides of that line, or, more precisely, to operate in the space where the line itself was negotiable. What is clear is that she maintained her wealth and her independence through the remaining decades of her life. She did not descend into poverty, she did not become dependent on charity or family connections. She did not fade into the anonymous obscurity that swallowed most women of her era and her original social class. She remained, in the language of Canton's waterfront, a person of consequence, someone whose name was known, whose history was remembered, and whose presence in a room altered the calculations of everyone else in it. She also, according to the most reliable accounts, became a mother. Or, more precisely, she raised the son that Chang Pao had left behind. The boy grew up in Canton under her supervision, in a household that was funded by pirate wealth, laundered through legitimate enterprise, managed by a woman whose life experience encompassed the flower boats, the quarterdeck of a war junk, the negotiating table across from imperial officials, and the back room of a gambling house. What she taught him, what she told him about his father, what she said or did not say about her own past, these are questions the records cannot answer. But the fact that she raised him, that she chose to invest her declining years in the formation of a child who would carry forward something of the world she had built and lost and transcended, suggests a dimension of her character that the strategic genius and the political ruthlessness can sometimes obscure. She was, in the end, also a human being. A person who had been denied family for the first 26 years of her life, and who, having seized everything else the world had to offer, may have wanted that most ordinary of things as well. The broader world that Zheng Yi inhabited during her retirement years was changing around her in ways that would have been recognizable to her strategic intelligence, even if the specific forms were new. The South China Sea, which she had once ruled as her personal domain, was becoming the arena of a different kind of conflict, one that would make the pirate confederation's challenge to the Qing dynasty look like a minor domestic disturbance by comparison. The opium trade was the engine of this transformation. British merchants, operating through the East India Company and its private successors, were flooding China with Indian-grown opium, creating an epidemic of addiction that was draining silver from the Chinese economy and undermining the social fabric of the very coastal communities that had once formed the Confederation's support base. The Qing government's attempts to suppress the opium trade were failing for many of the same reasons its attempts to suppress piracy had failed. Institutional corruption, naval inadequacy, the impossibility of policing a coastline that was too long and too complex for the available forces to control. The parallels to Zheng Yi's own era were striking, and she would have recognized them. A government too weak to enforce its own laws, a maritime economy dominated by forces the state could not control, a population caught between competing powers, surviving by accommodation rather than resistance. The geometry was familiar. Only the players had changed. The First Opium War erupted in 1839 when Zheng Yi was approximately 64 years old. British warships, was the same Royal Navy whose global strength she had once rivaled in regional numbers, sailed into the waters off Canton and proceeded to demonstrate with devastating efficiency the gap between European and Chinese naval technology that had been widening for decades. The war lasted 3 years and ended with the Treaty of Nanking, which forced China to cede Hong Kong, open additional ports to foreign trade, and pay an indemnity that further strained an already depleted imperial treasury. The Qing dynasty, which had been unable to defeat a pirate confederation led by a former prostitute, proved equally unable to resist the industrial military power of the British Empire. Whether Zheng Yi observed these events with interest, with satisfaction, with contempt, or with the weary recognition of someone watching a pattern she had seen before, the strong exploiting the weak, the organized defeating the disorganized, the ruthless prevailing over the merely proud when we cannot know. She left no commentary on the Opium War. She left no memoirs, no letters, no personal documents of any kind. The woman who had generated more official correspondence, more intelligence reports, more imperial proclamations, and more military orders than any other individual in early 19th century Guangdong chose in her retirement to leave no written record of her own perspective on the life she had lived or the world she had shaped. This silence is itself a kind of statement. Zheng Yi had spent her entire career managing information, controlling what was known, by whom and when. She had built an intelligence network that made her the best informed person in the South China Sea. She had used information as a weapon with the same precision that Chang Pao had used cannon. And in her retirement, she applied the same principle in reverse. She controlled her own narrative by refusing to create one. She left no document that could be used against her, no confession that could undermine the amnesty agreement, no memoir that could be seized upon by enemies she might not even know she had. Her silence was not the silence of a woman who had nothing to say. It was the silence of a woman who understood that in a world where words could be weapons, the safest position was to leave no ammunition lying around. The gambling house continued to operate through the turbulent years of the Opium War and its aftermath. Canton's waterfront economy was disrupted by the conflict but not destroyed. The city's commercial vitality was too deeply rooted and too essential to too many interests, Chinese and foreign alike, to be extinguished by a single war. The gambling house adapted, as its proprietor had adapted to every shift in her environment since the day she was born on a sampan in the Pearl River Delta. New clientele appeared, British soldiers and sailors flush with victory pay and looking for entertainment in a conquered city. Old clientele returned, Chinese merchants and officials picking up the pieces of their disrupted lives and looking for the familiar comforts of a well-run establishment where the games were honest enough to keep you coming back and the house always took its share. Zheng Yi died in 1844. She was approximately 69 years old. The cause of her death is not recorded. The circumstances are not described in any surviving source. No account preserves her final words, if she spoke any. No chronicle describes a deathbed scene, a final confession, a last message to the son she had raised, or the community she had served and exploited and shaped. She died as she had been born, in the margins of the historical record, noticed only by the people who knew her personally, invisible to the bureaucratic machinery that had once devoted its full institutional attention to her destruction. She died in bed, not in battle, not in chains, not on the executioner's ground where the Qing dynasty had sent so many of its enemies real and imagined. She died in bed, in a house she owned, in a city where she was known and by some accounts respected. She died free, wealthy, and unpunished. She died having never lost a battle, never been captured, never been forced to accept terms she had not herself designed. She died, in short, as the most successful pirate in human history, a distinction that no subsequent claimant has seriously challenged. The contrast between her death and the deaths of other famous pirates is so stark that it functions almost as a moral fable, though what moral it teaches depends entirely on the listener's perspective. Blackbeard died in a boarding action, his body riddled with bullets and sword wounds. His severed head hung from the bowsprit of the Royal Navy sloop that killed him. Captain Kidd was hanged at Execution Dock in London, his body left dangling in a metal cage as a warning to other pirates, the cage swinging in the Thames wind until the flesh rotted from his bones. Henry Every, the most successful English pirate of his generation, vanished into obscurity and probably died in poverty. His fortune swindled from him by the same class of merchant who had once paid him tribute. Anne Bonny disappeared from the historical record after her trial in Jamaica, her fate unknown, her story unfinished. Bartholomew Roberts, the most successful pirate of the Atlantic's golden age, was killed by grape shot during a naval engagement off the coast of Africa, his crew captured and many of them hanged. Every one of these pirates, celebrated, romanticized, immortalized in literature and film and popular imagination, ended badly. Violently, or in poverty, or in obscurity, or on the gallows. The pirate's story in the Western tradition is a story that ends in punishment, the wages of sin, the inevitable consequence of placing yourself outside the law. The narrative arc bends toward justice, or at least toward retribution, and the audience is reassured that the social order, however briefly disrupted by the pirate's audacity, is ultimately restored. Zheng Yi broke this arc. She wrote a different ending, and in writing it, she demonstrated something that the Western pirate tradition, with its romance and its retribution, preferred not to acknowledge: that the boundary between piracy and statecraft was not a moral boundary, but a practical one. Not a line between good and evil, but a line between those who had power and those who did not. She had crossed that line in both directions, from powerless to powerful, from outlaw to citizen, and she had crossed it on her own terms both times. The world had not punished her for being a pirate. It had negotiated with her, accommodated her, and ultimately absorbed her. And in absorbing her, it had tacitly acknowledged what her career had proven: that the difference between a pirate queen and a government official was, in the final analysis, a matter of paperwork. The years following her death saw the gradual erasure of her legacy from official Chinese historiography. This erasure was not accidental. It was the predictable consequence of a historical tradition that had no framework for celebrating, or even acknowledging, the achievements of a woman who had humiliated the imperial state. The Qing dynasty's official historians, compiling their meticulous records of the era, treated the pirate confederation as a temporary aberration, a disturbance in the natural order that had been resolved through imperial benevolence and wise governance. Zheng Yi herself was reduced to a footnote, a minor character in a story whose protagonists were the imperial officials who had eventually pacified her. The fact that this pacification had consisted of giving her everything she wanted in exchange for her voluntary retirement was not a detail the official narrative chose to emphasize. The Confucian intellectual tradition that dominated Chinese historical writing had no category for Zheng Yi. She was not a virtuous widow who preserved her husband's memory through pious devotion. She was not a warrior maiden who fought disguised as a man in defense of her family or her sovereign. She was not a scheming concubine whose influence over a weak ruler brought disaster to the state. These were the roles available to women in Chinese historical narrative: the saint, the honorary man, the villain, and Zheng Yi fit none of them. She was a woman who had exercised power in her own right, for her own purposes, with her own methods, and had succeeded so completely that the state itself had been forced to come to terms with her. This was not a story that Confucian historiography was equipped to tell, and so it chose, with the quiet efficiency of a tradition that had been selecting and shaping narratives for 2 millennia, not to tell it. Western historical writing discovered Zheng Yi later, and discovered her incompletely. The first significant Western account was a translation of Yuan Yonglin's chronicle by the German scholar Karl Friedrich Neumann, published in the 1830s under the title History of the Pirates Who Infested the China Sea. Neumann's translation made the basic facts of the pirate confederation available to a European audience, but it filtered those facts through a lens that emphasized the exotic and the sensational. Chinese pirates as oriental curiosities, their female leader as an anomaly to be marveled at rather than a strategist to be studied. Subsequent Western treatments followed the same pattern, treating Zheng Yi as a colorful exception to the rule of male dominance rather than as evidence that the rule itself was contingent, maintained not by nature, but by the specific social structures that particular societies chose to enforce. The 20th century brought a partial recovery of her reputation, driven by the convergence of several intellectual and political currents. Feminist historians, searching for examples of female agency in historical periods and cultures where such agency was systematically denied and erased, found in Zheng Yi a figure of extraordinary power. A woman who had not merely survived in a world designed to crush her, but had dominated it, had bent it to her will, had forced it to negotiate with her as an equal. Chinese historians, liberated from the Confucian framework that had made Zheng Yi's story untellable, began to reassess the pirate confederation as a significant episode in the social and military history of late Qing China. An episode that revealed the dynasty's institutional weaknesses with uncomfortable clarity and that demonstrated the organizational capabilities of the very underclass the dynasty had spent centuries marginalizing. Maritime historians studying the evolution of naval warfare and pirate organization across cultures and centuries recognized in the Confederation's structure and code of laws a sophistication that had no parallel in the Western pirate tradition, and that demanded serious analytical attention. But recovery is not the same as understanding, and the gap between what Zheng Yi actually accomplished and how that accomplishment has been received remains significant. She is still, in most popular accounts, treated primarily as a curiosity, the pirate queen, the prostitute who became a pirate, a figure whose interest lies in the unlikeliness of her story rather than in its substance, the strategic genius that built and maintained the Confederation, the political intelligence that navigated the transition of power after Zheng Yi's death, the legal mind that designed the code of laws, the diplomatic skill that negotiated the amnesty. These are acknowledged but rarely analyzed with the rigor that would be automatically applied to a male figure of comparable achievement. If a man had done what Zheng Yi did, he would be studied in military academies, cited in treatises on organizational management, and held up as one of history's great strategic minds. Because a woman did it, and not just any woman, but a former prostitute from an ethnic underclass, the achievement is treated as an entertaining anomaly rather than a serious contribution to the history of warfare, governance, and human organizational capability. The deeper irony is that Zheng Yi's story challenges not only the assumptions of her own era, but the assumptions of ours. We live in a world that has nominally accepted the principle of gender equality while continuing to operate. In practice, according to assumptions about leadership, authority, and competence that would have been perfectly familiar to the Qing mandarins who could not believe a woman was commanding their nemesis. We celebrate female achievement in terms that unconsciously frame it as exceptional, as a departure from the norm, a violation of expectations, a triumph over the inherent disadvantage of being female. We say she succeeded despite being a woman, when the more accurate statement would be she succeeded because she was extraordinarily capable, and the barriers placed in her path by a society that feared capable women were insufficient to stop her. The distinction matters. The first framing makes her story about gender. The second makes it about power, about how power is acquired, exercised, maintained, and relinquished by those who understand its mechanics, regardless of what the social hierarchies of their time believe about who should and should not possess it. Zheng Yi understood power better than any of her contemporaries, better than the Qing admirals who sailed against her, better than the governor-generals who tried to suppress her, better than the Portuguese officers who thought European discipline would be sufficient to defeat her, better than the British merchants who assumed that pirates were merely criminals rather than competitors. She understood that power was not a single thing but a system of interlocking elements, military force, economic control, political legitimacy, social organization, information management, and the psychological manipulation of both allies and enemies. She understood that maintaining power required different skills than seizing it, and that relinquishing power at the right moment was itself a supreme exercise of power. And she understood with a clarity that most powerful people never achieve that power's greatest danger was not external opposition, but internal delusion. The belief that because things had always worked, they would continue to work, that because you had always won, you would continue to win, that because you were powerful today, you would be powerful tomorrow. This understanding, this cold, lucid, unsentimental comprehension of power's nature and power's limits, was the thread that connected every phase of her life. On the flower boats, it manifested as the ability to extract advantage from encounters designed to exploit her. In the Confederation, it manifested as the organizational genius that held 80,000 pirates in disciplined formation. In the negotiation, it manifested as the strategic vision that recognized when the game had changed and the ability to design a new game on better terms. And in retirement, it manifested as the quiet discipline of a woman who knew when to disappear from history's stage and who understood that the most powerful exit is the one you choose yourself. The Pearl River still flows through Canton, through Guangzhou as the modern city is known, a metropolis of 15 million people whose glass towers and elevated highways have buried almost every trace of the world that produced Zheng Yi. The flower boats are gone. The pirate junks are gone. The 13 factories, where European merchants once traded tea for silver and silver for influence, burned during the Opium War and were never rebuilt. The waterfront where Tanka families once lived and died on their sampans without ever setting foot on land has been transformed into a modern harbor serving container ships and cruise liners and naval vessels flying the flag of a China that the Qing dynasty would not recognize. But the water remains. The Pearl River Delta still spreads its labyrinth of channels and estuaries toward the South China Sea, still carries its cargo of silt and commerce and human ambition toward the open ocean. The tides still rise and fall over the sandbars and shallows where Zheng Yi's war junks once lay in ambush, waiting for the imperial fleet to sail into the trap that a woman who could not write her own name had designed with a tactical sophistication that European admirals would have envied. The water remembers nothing, but the water was always her element, the medium through which she moved, the territory she controlled, the boundary she crossed and recrossed between poverty and power, between victim and sovereign, between the life the world assigned her and the life she seized for herself. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the modern city's lights reflect off the river's surface in trembling columns of gold and white, it is possible, if you know where to look, if you know what you are looking for, to see in the Pearl River's dark current something of the world that made her, the desperation that drove people onto the water because the land would not have them, the beauty that existed alongside the cruelty, the silk lanterns of the flower boats reflected in water that also carried sewage and the bodies of the drowned, the ambition that found in the lawless spaces between empires and their subjects room to grow into something that the empires themselves could not contain. She was born with nothing. She died with everything she had taken. And between those 2 points, between the sampan and the gambling house, between the flower boat and the flagship, between the girl who was sold and the woman who could not be bought, lies one of the most extraordinary lives ever lived, not because it was the life of a woman, though it was, not because it was the life of a pirate, though it was that too, but because it was the life of a mind that saw the world as it actually was, saw its cruelties, its hypocrisies, its structures of power, and the cracks in those structures, and shaped that world to her will with a precision and a completeness that history has never seen equaled. Zheng Yi, wife of Zheng Yi. The name was never hers. It was a label attached to her by a world that could define women only in relation to men, a world that could not conceive of a woman who was not someone's wife, someone's daughter, someone's mother. She wore the label like armor, used it like a weapon, and when she was done with it, she set it aside and walked away. We do not know what she called herself in the privacy of her own mind. We do not know the name she was born with. We do not know the name she might have chosen if the world had ever asked her to choose. What we know is what she did, and what she did was enough. The silence she maintained about her own life was not, however, the silence that history maintained about her. The two silences were different in kind and different in consequence. Hers was strategic. The deliberate withholding of information by a woman who understood that knowledge was currency and that currency unspent retained its value. History's silence was structural, the product of systems that decided generation after generation which stories mattered and which did not, which lives deserved the labor of recording and which could be allowed to dissolve into the anonymous sediment of time. To understand what was lost in that structural silence, and what was almost lost permanently, it is necessary to trace the specific mechanisms through which Zheng Yi Sao's story was transmitted, distorted, fragmented, and eventually improbably recovered. The first and most important mechanism was Yuan Yonglin's chronicle, the record of the pacification of the pirates. Yuan completed his account sometime around 1830, 2 decades after the events it described, working from notes he had made during his captivity and from the vivid, indelible memories of a man who had spent months inside the belly of the thing he was describing. His chronicle is remarkable for its specificity. He recorded the dimensions of pirate vessels, the composition of meals served aboard them, the sounds of cannon fire echoing across harbor waters at dawn, the particular quality of silence that fell over a pirate fleet when its commander's flagship raised a signal flag, and every captain aboard every vessel understood that orders were coming, and that those orders would be obeyed. He described the texture of rope worn smooth by salt water and constant handling. He described the smell of a war junk's lower decks, the concentrated human stench of men who lived in cramped spaces without ventilation, mingled with the sharper odors of gunpowder, tar, and the bilge water that sloshed perpetually beneath the lowest planking. He described the face of Zheng Yi Su herself, seen from the perspective of a captive who was simultaneously terrified of her and fascinated by her. A small woman whose physical presence gave no indication of the authority she wielded, whose voice was not loud but carried the particular quality of absolute certainty that made loudness unnecessary. But Yuan's chronicle was also inevitably a document shaped by the biases of its author and the expectations of its audience. Yuan was a Confucian scholar. He inhabited an intellectual universe in which the proper ordering of society was a cosmic principle, not a human convention, a universe in which men ruled and women obeyed, in which the emperor sat at the apex of a hierarchy that descended through grades of officialdom and scholarship to the common people and, below them, to the marginal populations that included the Tanka boat dwellers from whom Zheng Yi Sao had emerged. In this universe, a woman commanding men was not merely unusual. It was a violation of the natural order, a symptom of civilizational disorder as alarming as an earthquake or a comet, a sign that the mandate of heaven was being disturbed by forces that proper governance should have prevented. Yuan's horror at this inversion permeates his chronicle in ways both obvious and subtle. The obvious manifestations are his explicit commentary, passages where he pauses his narrative to reflect, with the pained incredulity of a man watching the rules of physics being violated, on the spectacle of armed men obeying a woman's orders. He describes pirates who had killed men in boarding actions and survived typhoons at sea bowing their heads in Zheng Yi Sao's presence, and his language carries the flavor of a man describing a disease rather than a form of governance. The subtle manifestations are more interesting. They appear in his word choices, in the way he frames events to minimize Zheng Yi Sao's agency wherever possible, attributing her successes to luck, to her husband's lingering reputation, to Chang Pao's military prowess, to anything other than her own intelligence and capability. When he cannot avoid describing a decision that was clearly hers and clearly brilliant, he tends to frame it in passive constructions, as though the decision made itself rather than being made by a woman whose existence offended his entire understanding of how the world should work. Despite these biases, or perhaps because of them since the biases themselves are historically informative, Yuan's chronicle remained the most detailed account of the pirate confederation for nearly 2 centuries. It circulated in manuscript form among Chinese scholars, was copied and recopied with the variations and errors that manuscript transmission inevitably introduced, and eventually found its way into the archives and private collections where Chinese historical documents lived their quiet, dusty lives, waiting for someone to pull them out and read them again. Richard Glasspool's account, the second major primary source, followed a different trajectory. Glasspool was an officer of the British East India Company, a professional sailor and trader who had the misfortune, in September of 1809, of being captured by the Red Flag Fleet while traveling in a small vessel between Macau and Canton. He was held for 11 weeks, during which he observed pirate operations with the methodical attention of a man trained in the East India Company's culture of detailed reporting. His account, published in London after his release, was written for a British audience that knew almost nothing about South China Sea piracy and that expected exotic adventure stories from the Orient, stories that confirmed British assumptions about Chinese barbarism and European superiority while providing enough thrills and horrors to justify the price of admission. Glasspool delivered what his audience expected. His account is vivid, detailed, and thoroughly colored by the assumptions of a man who viewed Chinese civilization through the distorting lens of early 19th century British imperialism. He described pirate attacks with the breathless precision of an eyewitness, the boarding parties swarming over the sides of merchant vessels, the screams of crews being cut down, the systematic looting that followed. He described the pirate fleet's organizational discipline with genuine admiration, comparing it favorably to the less regimented practices of some European naval forces he had encountered. And he described Zheng Yi with the bewildered respect of a man encountering something his worldview had not prepared him for. A woman who exercised authority with the natural ease of someone who had never questioned her right to it, whose commands were executed with a speed and precision that Glasspool, as a military man, could not help but appreciate, even as the Englishman in him struggled to reconcile what he was seeing with what he believed about women and about Chinese people. Glasspool's account had a wider immediate readership than Yuan's chronicle. It was published in English in London at a time when the British public's appetite for tales of foreign adventure was voracious. It was excerpted in newspapers and periodicals. It was referenced in subsequent accounts of Chinese piracy. It introduced Zheng Yi, or at least a version of her, to the Western world. But the version it introduced was filtered through so many layers of cultural assumption and narrative convention that the woman who emerged from its pages bore only a partial resemblance to the woman who had actually existed. Glasspool's Zheng Yi was a curiosity, a female pirate chief, an oriental anomaly, a colorful character in a tale of captivity and adventure. The strategic intelligence, the political sophistication, the legal imagination that had built and sustained the Confederation, these were largely invisible in an account written by a man who could observe military operations, but who had no access to the political decisions that shaped them, and who would not, in any case, have attributed such decisions to a woman. The third layer of the historical record, the Qing government's own archives, preserved the Confederation story from the opposite perspective. The imperial documents are voluminous. Memorials to the throne from provincial officials, intelligence reports from coastal garrisons, correspondence between the Governor General's office and the Board of War in Beijing, financial records documenting the cost of anti-piracy campaigns, the expenditures on ship construction and crew recruitment, the payments made to informants, and the bribes received by corrupt officials, diplomatic correspondence with the Portuguese authorities in Macau, and most significantly for the story's final chapter, the detailed records of the amnesty negotiations, draft terms, counter-proposals, the back and forth of bureaucratic bargaining that produced the settlement of 1810. These documents are invaluable for reconstructing the events of the Confederation era, but they share a common limitation. They describe Zheng Yi exclusively from the outside, exclusively as a problem to be solved rather than a person to be understood. In the imperial archives, she has no interiority. She has no childhood, no formation, no psychology. She is a threat vector, a source of military, economic, and political damage that the imperial system needed to neutralize. The documents track her fleet movements, her raid patterns, her territorial expansions, and her negotiating positions with the meticulous detail of a medical record tracking the progression of a disease. What they do not track, cannot track, were never designed to track, is the mind that produced those movements, those patterns, those positions. The woman herself is absent from the documents that describe her most completely. This tripartite record the Captive Scholar's Chronicle, the British Officer's Memoir, the Imperial Archives, constituted for nearly 2 centuries the entirety of what was known about Zheng Yi Sao. And for most of those 2 centuries, what was known was barely noticed. The chronicle circulated among Chinese antiquarians without generating significant scholarly attention. The British memoir was read as adventure literature rather than historical evidence. The Imperial Archives were consulted by specialists studying Qing naval policy or Guangdong provincial governance, not by anyone interested in the pirate confederation as a subject in its own right, much less in the woman who had led it. The reasons for this neglect are multiple and overlapping, and they reveal as much about the biases of historical scholarship as about the biases of the original sources. Chinese historical scholarship, dominated by the Confucian tradition, had no incentive to foreground a figure whose existence challenged the tradition's foundational assumptions about gender, hierarchy, and social order. To study Zheng Yi Sao seriously would have required acknowledging that a woman had outperformed the imperial state, an acknowledgement that the scholarly tradition was structurally incapable of making without undermining its own legitimacy. It was easier and more professionally prudent to treat the pirate confederation as a footnote to the larger story of late Qing decline, a symptom of institutional weakness rather than a demonstration of alternative capability. Western historical scholarship had its own reasons for neglect. The study of Chinese history was, until well into the 20th century, a specialized and marginalized field in European and American universities. The few scholars who studied Chinese maritime history tended to focus on the grand themes: the Ming Dynasty treasure fleets, the European arrival in East Asian waters, the Opium Wars, rather than on the specific episodes that fell between these landmark events. Piracy in the South China Sea was considered a minor subject, and the gender of one of its principal figures was more likely to be treated as an amusing footnote than as a reason for serious investigation. The intellectual tools that would eventually make Zheng Yi Sao's story legible to Western scholars, feminist theory, post-colonial analysis, social history's attention to marginalized populations, maritime history's expansion beyond the European tradition, did not exist in mature form until the second half of the 20th century. The recovery began slowly in academic monographs and journal articles that reached small audiences of specialists. Diane Murray's 1987 study, Pirates of the South China Coast, 1790 to 1810, was a landmark. The first comprehensive English-language scholarly treatment of the Pirate Confederation, based on extensive research in Chinese and Western primary sources. Murray reconstructed the Confederation's organizational structure, its economic operations, and its military campaigns with a rigor that transformed Zheng Yi Sao from a colorful anecdote into a historical figure of demonstrable significance. Her work established the evidentiary foundation on which all subsequent treatments of the subject would build. But academic recovery and popular recognition are different processes that operate on different timescales and respond to different pressures. The scholarly rehabilitation of Zheng Yi Sao's reputation proceeded through the measured incremental mechanisms of academic publishing. Peer-reviewed articles, conference presentations, revised editions of maritime history textbooks that now included a paragraph or a page on the South China Sea Pirate Confederation where previously there had been nothing. This process was important, but it was also invisible to anyone who did not read academic journals or attend history conferences. The general public, the vast majority of people who encountered history through popular books, documentaries, and the osmotic absorption of cultural knowledge, remained largely unaware of Zheng Yi Sao's existence. The popular recovery, when it came, arrived through channels that would have amused and perhaps bewildered the woman herself. Jorge Luis Borges, the Argentine writer, included a brief, characteristically elliptical account of Zheng Yi Sao in his Universal History of Infamy, published in 1935, a collection of stories about historical criminals that blurred the boundary between fact and fiction with the deliberate playfulness of a writer who believed that all history was a form of storytelling. Borges's account, drawn primarily from the Neumann translation of Yuan's Chronicle, compressed Zheng Yi Sao's life into a few brilliant pages that emphasized its most dramatic episodes while smoothing away the complexity and ambiguity that made it historically significant. The The story was widely read, translated into dozens of languages, and introduced Zheng Yi to a global literary audience, but as a character in a Borges story rather than as a historical figure in her own right. Subsequent popular treatments followed the pattern Borges established, using Zheng Yi as raw material for narratives that served the storyteller's purposes rather than the historical record's demands. She appeared in novels, in graphic novels, in video games, in films that took her name and her basic biographical outline and filled in the vast spaces of historical uncertainty with invention. Each of these treatments introduced her to new audiences and increased the general awareness of her existence. Each also distorted her story in ways that reflected the medium's requirements and the creator's assumptions, making her more violent or more romantic or more sympathetic or more villainous than the historical evidence supported, smoothing the moral complexity of her actual life into narrative arcs that resolved more cleanly than reality permits. The digital age accelerated both the spread and the distortion. Online articles, listicles, social media posts, and short-form videos discovered Zheng Yi as the kind of historical figure that the internet's appetite for surprising stories devours and reproduces at speed. She became a meme before she became a figure of sustained public understanding. The prostitute who became a pirate queen, compressed into a headline, stripped of context, circulated as an inspirational story or a historical curiosity, detached from the specific circumstances of late Qing China that made her career possible, and from the moral complexities that made it meaningful. The internet's Zheng Yi was a symbol of female empowerment, of the underdog's triumph, of history's hidden figures waiting to be discovered. The historical Zheng Yi was something more complicated and more interesting, a specific human being who operated within specific constraints, who made specific choices with specific consequences, and whose story resisted the reduction to symbol that popular culture demanded. This tension between the symbolic Zheng Yi and the historical one reflects a larger tension in the way societies handle the recovery of marginalized histories. When a figure who was suppressed or ignored by traditional historiography is finally brought to public attention, the temptation is to overcorrect, to transform the suppressed figure into a hero, to smooth away the moral ambiguities that traditional historiography used as excuses for neglect, to create a narrative of pure triumph that functions as a rebuke to the tradition that suppressed it. This impulse is understandable and in many cases politically necessary, but it also carries costs. The heroic narrative of Zheng Yi, the prostitute who became a queen, the woman who defeated empires, the underdog who won, is inspiring precisely because it simplifies. And in simplifying, it loses the features of her story that are most genuinely remarkable. The most remarkable thing about Zheng Yi was not that she rose from the flower boats to command a pirate fleet. Remarkable rises from desperate origins are, in the historical record, not as rare as comfortable societies prefer to believe. The most remarkable thing was the quality of her thinking, the particular character of her intelligence, which combined strategic vision, political realism, psychological acuity, organizational capacity, and the discipline to relinquish power voluntarily into a configuration that has no precise parallel in the history of any culture. Other leaders have possessed some of these qualities. No other leader in the historical record demonstrably possessed all of them. And the fact that she possessed them while operating without literacy, without formal education, without institutional support, without the accumulated social capital that most successful leaders inherit or acquire through the normal channels of their society's elite. This is what makes her story not merely inspiring, but analytically significant. It tells us something about the nature of human capability that comfortable theories of meritocracy prefer not to confront. That the distribution of extraordinary ability has no relationship whatsoever to the distribution of extraordinary opportunity, and that the vast majority of potential that has ever existed in the human species has been wasted by societies too rigid, too fearful, or too blind to recognize it. The flower boats of Canton contained, in any given year, dozens or hundreds of women whose intelligence, resilience, and capacity for strategic thinking were comparable to Zheng Yi Sao's. The tankaboat communities contained thousands of children whose innate capabilities, given adequate nutrition, education, and opportunity, might have produced administrators, scholars, military commanders, and political leaders of the highest caliber. The Qing dynasty's rigid social hierarchy ensured that virtually none of these capabilities were ever developed, ever tested, ever given the chance to demonstrate what they might achieve. Zheng Yi Sao was not the only woman in late Qing China capable of commanding a navy. She was merely the only one who, through a specific and unrepeatable sequence of circumstances, was given the chance to do so. Her story is extraordinary, not because she was extraordinary, but because the opportunity was extraordinary. The talent was always there. The talent is always there. What is rare is not the capability, but the crack in the wall through which the capability can emerge. This is the dimension of Zheng Yi Sao's legacy that resists both the heroic narrative and the traditional one, that challenges not only the Confucian assumption that women cannot lead, but also the modern assumption that leadership is a function of individual exceptionalism. She was exceptional, but her exceptionalism was a product of circumstance as much as character. The circumstance of meeting Zheng Yi at precisely the right moment. The circumstance of his death at precisely the right time in her own development. The circumstance of a maritime environment that created the specific conditions under which her specific gifts could operate. Remove any one of these circumstances, and the woman who became Zheng Yi Sao might have lived and died on a flower boat. Her extraordinary mind applied to the management of clients and the navigation of a system designed to consume her. Her name unrecorded, her capabilities invisible, her potential unrealized, like millions of other women before and since whose stories were never told because the world never gave them a story to live. The physical traces of her world have not entirely vanished, though finding them requires effort and a willingness to look past the gleaming surfaces of modern Guangzhou. In the older districts near the river, narrow alleys still wind between buildings whose foundations date to the Qing era, their walls darkened by centuries of humidity and cooking smoke. The Pearl River's banks, lined now with concrete embankments and modern promenades, still curve through the city in the same sinuous path they followed when sampans and flower boats and pirate junks crowded the water. In the maritime museums of Guangzhou and Hong Kong, models of the war junks that once constituted the Red Flag Fleet. Broad-beamed vessels with high sterns and multiple masts, their hulls painted in the colors of their fleet designation, offer a physical reminder of the ships that carried 80,000 pirates across the South China Sea under the command of a woman whose name was not even her own. In the temple communities of Guangzhou's outskirts, among the syncretic folk traditions that blend Buddhism, Taoism, and local custom into the daily spiritual practice of southern China's working people, there are traces of a different kind of memory. Some scholars have identified references in local temple records and oral traditions to a figure who appears to be Zheng Yi Sao, or more precisely, to a version of her that has been absorbed into the folk tradition and transformed by it. In these traditions, she appears not as a pirate or a criminal, but as a kind of protective spirit, for Sinov, a fierce woman associated with the sea, with the river, with the safety of those who travel on water. The historical woman has been transmuted into something between a saint and a legend. Her specific biography dissolved into the archetypal figure of the powerful female protector that recurs across Chinese folk religion. Whether Zheng Yi So herself, pragmatic and unsentimental to the core, would have appreciated this transformation is an open question. She might have found it useful. She always found things useful. The South China Sea itself has changed in ways that would render it unrecognizable to anyone who sailed it in the early 19th century. The pirate junks are gone, replaced by container ships the size of city blocks, oil tankers carrying millions of barrels of crude from the Middle East to the refineries of southern China, naval vessels of the People's Republic bristling with electronics and missile systems that could annihilate Zheng Yi Sao's entire fleet in the time it took her signal boats to raise a flag. The coastal labyrinth of estuaries and mangrove islands that had been her tactical advantage, the maze in which she trapped and destroyed the Qing Navy, has been partially filled, partially developed, partially transformed by land reclamation and infrastructure projects that have redrawn the coastline itself. The geography that made the pirate confederation possible has been altered by the same forces of modernization and state power that made piracy, as Zheng Yi practiced it, impossible in the modern world. And yet the waters remain contested. The South China Sea in the 21st century is one of the most strategically disputed bodies of water on Earth, a zone of overlapping territorial claims, competing naval patrols, artificial island construction, and diplomatic confrontation involving China, Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, Taiwan, and the United States. The issues are different. Sovereignty over undersea resources, control of shipping lanes that carry a third of global maritime trade, the projection of military power into waters claimed by multiple nations, but the underlying dynamics are eerily familiar. A vast body of water through which enormous wealth flows. Multiple actors competing for control. Naval forces deployed to assert claims that cannot be settled by diplomacy alone. And at the center of it all, the same fundamental question that animated Zheng Yi's era: who controls the sea and by what right? She would have understood the modern South China Sea immediately, not its technologies. The aircraft carriers and satellite surveillance and submarine-launched missiles would have been as incomprehensible to her as her war junks would be to a modern admiral. But the strategic logic, the recognition that control of maritime choke points is control of commerce, and control of commerce is power. The understanding that naval force is only one instrument among many, and that the most effective control is often exercised not through fighting, but through the credible threat of fighting. The protection fee system, scaled up from junks to container ships, from silver tails to billions of dollars in trade, but operating on the same fundamental principle. You pay because the alternative is worse. You pay because the entity demanding payment can deliver what it promises. Safe passage, unmolested commerce, the reliable movement of goods from where they are produced to where they are consumed. You pay because the seas are too large and too dangerous for any single actor to secure alone, and because the entity that has positioned itself as the guarantor of maritime security has made itself, however uncomfortable this may be, indispensable. The parallel is imperfect, as all historical parallels are. Zheng Yi operated in a world without international law, without satellite surveillance, without the interlocking system of treaties and institutions and norms that constrains or attempts to constrain the behavior of modern states. Her confederation was a criminal enterprise, however sophisticated its organization, and the protection fees it collected were, however reliable their enforcement, a form of extortion. The modern actors competing for control of the South China Sea operate within a framework of international law and diplomatic convention that, whatever its failures and hypocrisies, represents a genuine attempt to manage maritime competition without the anarchic violence that characterized the early 19th century. But the parallel is also instructive because it reveals something about the nature of maritime power that transcends the specific circumstances of any particular era. The sea is not like land. It cannot be occupied in the way that territory can be occupied. It cannot be fenced, divided, or permanently claimed by the physical presence of armed forces. Control of the sea is always provisional, always contested, always dependent on the willingness and ability of the controlling power to project force across distances that make permanent control impossible. Zheng Yi understood this at an intuitive level that most of her contemporaries, including the Qing admirals and the Portuguese captains, did not. She did not try to hold territory in the way that a land-based ruler holds territory. She held relationships. She held information flows. She held the capacity to deny the sea to those who did not cooperate with her and to guarantee it to those who did. Her power was not rooted in any specific location. It was rooted in a network, a system of interlocking capabilities and obligations that could flex and adapt and reconstitute itself after any local disruption. This is why the Qing Navy could never defeat her by winning individual battles. You cannot defeat a network by capturing a node. You can only defeat it by dismantling the connections, the economic incentives, the personal loyalties, the shared interests that hold it together. And this the Qing government was never able to do because the connections Zheng Yi had built were stronger than anything the empire could offer as a substitute. Modern naval strategists, studying the problem of maritime security in the 21st century, would find in the pirate confederation's organizational structure a model that is surprisingly relevant to their own challenges. The colored fleet system, which assigned designated operating areas to semi-autonomous units while maintaining centralized strategic control, anticipates the concept of distributed naval operations that modern navies are developing in response to the challenge of controlling vast ocean spaces with finite numbers of ships. The protection fee system, which created a self-sustaining revenue model tied to the volume of maritime commerce, anticipates the economic logic that underlies modern maritime security arrangements in which the costs of naval protection are ultimately borne by the commercial activity that protection enables. The intelligence network, which provided real-time information about enemy movements across hundreds of miles of coastline, anticipates the sensor networks and surveillance systems that modern navies deploy to achieve maritime domain awareness. The parallels are not perfect, but they are suggestive. And they suggest that Zheng Yi's organizational innovations were not merely effective improvisations by a gifted amateur, but genuine contributions to the theory and practice of maritime power, contributions that deserve study on their own terms rather than as footnotes to the history of Chinese crime. The question of what constitutes a contribution to the theory of maritime power, and who is permitted to make such contributions leads inevitably to the deeper question that Zheng Yi's career poses to the history of warfare itself. Military history, as a discipline, has always been structured around a canon of recognized great commanders, figures whose campaigns are studied, whose decisions are analyzed, whose innovations are taught to successive generations of officers as models of strategic and tactical excellence. Alexander at Gaugamela, Hannibal at Cannae, Nelson at Trafalgar, Napoleon at Austerlitz. The names form a lineage, a chain of tactical inheritance in which each generation of commanders builds upon the insights of its predecessors. And this lineage is, without exception, male. Not because women have never commanded military forces, they have across cultures and centuries in numbers that the canon systematically erases, but because the institutional structures that produce military history, that decide which campaigns are worthy of study and which commanders are worthy of remembrance, have been designed by and for men and have applied criteria of inclusion that reflect male assumptions about what military leadership looks like, sounds like, and achieves. Zheng Yi's exclusion from this canon is not an oversight. It is a structural inevitability produced by the intersection of multiple biases, each reinforcing the others. She was a woman, which disqualified her in the eyes of traditions that defined military genius as an inherently masculine quality. She was Chinese, which placed her outside the European intellectual tradition that dominated military historiography until well into the 20th century. She was a pirate, which placed her outside the category of legitimate military command that the canon recognized. And she was illiterate, which meant she left no treatise, no memoir, no written account of her own strategic thinking that military theorists could cite and analyze in the way they cite and analyze Clausewitz or Sun Tzu or Mahan. The canon's exclusion of Zheng Yi was not a conscious decision by any individual gatekeeper. It was the automatic product of a system designed to recognize certain kinds of achievement and to be blind to others. The cost of this exclusion is not merely symbolic. It represents a genuine impoverishment of military thought, a failure to incorporate insights that could illuminate problems that conventional military theory handles poorly. The management of irregular forces, the maintenance of coalition warfare among autonomous actors with competing interests, the integration of economic warfare with military operations, the use of intelligence networks as force multipliers, The strategic value of negotiated settlements versus decisive battles. These are problems that modern military establishments grapple with daily, in theaters from the Persian Gulf to the South China Sea itself. And they are problems that Zheng Yi solved, not in theory, but in practice, not in a war college seminar, but on the water, with real ships and real men and real consequences for failure. Her solutions were imperfect, constrained by the technology and circumstances of her era, and not directly transferable to modern contexts, but the principles underlying those solutions, the recognition that military force is only one component of strategic power, that economic incentives are more sustainable than coercion, that information superiority can compensate for material inferiority, that the management of alliances is as important as the conduct of battles. These principles are timeless, and their absence from the military canon represents a loss that the canon itself is too narrow to recognize. There is a particular irony in the fact that the one domain of popular culture where Zheng Yi has achieved something approaching widespread recognition is the domain of pirate fiction, a genre that has been, since its inception in the early 18th century, one of the most thoroughly mythologized and least historically grounded forms of storytelling in the Western tradition. The pirate of popular imagination, the peg-legged, parrot-bearing, treasure-burying figure who sails under the Jolly Roger and makes his enemies walk the plank, is a creature of fiction, assembled from fragments of historical fact, literary convention, and pure invention into an archetype that bears about as much resemblance to actual pirates as a unicorn bears to an actual horse. This archetype is, furthermore, exclusively male. The pirate of popular culture is a man, a rebellious, freedom-loving, romantically dangerous man whose rejection of civilized society is simultaneously condemned and celebrated, whose crimes are forgiven because they are committed with style, and whose story ends in either glorious death or buried treasure that some future adventurer will seek and find. Zheng Yi fits into this archetype the way a living tiger fits into a picture book illustration of a cat. The basic outline is recognizable. The scale, the power, the danger, and the complexity are entirely different. She did not sail under a romantic flag or fight with a cutlass clenched between her teeth. She sat in the command cabin of her flagship, reviewing reports from her intelligence network, studying the financial ledgers that tracked the Confederation's revenues and expenditures, issuing orders that moved squadrons across hundreds of miles of ocean, and managing the political dynamics of an alliance whose internal tensions required the same kind of continuous, exhausting attention that governing a country requires. She was not a swashbuckler, she was an executive. And the gap between the pirate of popular imagination and the pirate she actually was is a gap that popular culture has found difficult to bridge because the reality is at once less romantic and more impressive than the myth. The pirate fiction that has incorporated Zheng Yi's story has generally resolved this tension by emphasizing the romantic elements. The flower boat origin, the dramatic rise to power, the love story with Chang Pao, the spectacular battles, while quietly setting aside the organizational and political dimensions that made her career genuinely unprecedented. This is understandable. Fiction requires narrative momentum, and the details of tax collection systems and fleet logistics and coalition management do not generate narrative momentum in the way that boarding actions and sea battles and forbidden love affairs do, but the selective emphasis distorts the meaning of her story in ways that matter. It reduces her to a particularly successful version of the pirate archetype, a woman who did what male pirates did, only bigger and better, when the truth is that she did something qualitatively different. She did not simply pirate on a larger scale. She created a form of maritime governance that had no precedent in the pirate tradition of any culture, that addressed problems of organization and coordination that no pirate before her had even attempted to solve, and that achieved a level of strategic success that made the achievements of the most celebrated pirates in Western history look like petty larceny by comparison. The difference between Zheng Yi and Blackbeard is not a difference of degree. It is a difference of kind, and popular culture's insistence on treating it as a difference of degree, on placing her in the same category as other famous pirates, distinguished only by the superlative size of her fleet, is a form of diminishment that operates even when the intention is celebratory. The comparison with Blackbeard is instructive in another way, because it illuminates the cultural machinery through which pirate reputations are constructed and sustained. Edward Teach, Blackbeard, commanded at the height of his career a fleet of 4 ships and approximately 300 men. His active career as a pirate lasted roughly 2 years. He blockaded the port of Charleston, South Carolina for approximately 1 week. He was killed in a boarding action by a Royal Navy lieutenant commanding 2 sloops and about 60 men. His tactical innovations were negligible. His strategic thinking, to the extent it existed, amounted to the basic pirate calculus of hit, grab, run. He left no organizational legacy, no legal code, no institutional structure that survived his death by even a single day. Yet Blackbeard is the most famous pirate in Western history, the subject of countless books, films, television series, museum exhibitions, and scholarly studies. His name is known to virtually every English-speaking person on Earth. His image, the wild beard, the smoking fuses, the bristling pistols, is the definitive icon of piracy in the Western imagination. Zheng Yi commanded 1,800 ships and 80,000 men. Her active career spanned a decade. She controlled the maritime commerce of an entire region. She defeated every naval force sent against her, including a combined Sino-Portuguese fleet. She created a legal code that governed the behavior of tens of thousands of people across thousands of square miles of ocean. She negotiated a retirement that preserved her fortune, her freedom, and the lives of her followers. She died peacefully in bed at the age of 69, and her name is known to a fraction of the people who know Blackbeards. The disproportion is so extreme that it functions as a kind of diagnostic instrument, revealing the biases of the cultural system that produced it with a clarity that no amount of abstract analysis could achieve. Blackbeard is famous because he fits the archetype. He is male, Western, violent, dramatic, and doomed. A figure whose story follows the narrative arc that Western culture expects of its outlaws and whose death provides the cathartic punishment that the moral framework demands. Zheng Yi is obscure because she violates the archetype in every particular. She is female, Asian, strategic rather than dramatic, successful rather than doomed. And her story ends not in punishment, but in prosperity. An ending that the Western pirate narrative cannot accommodate because it undermines the moral logic on which the entire genre depends. The pirate must be punished. The outlaw must fall. The social order, however briefly disrupted, must be restored. Zheng Yi refused to cooperate with this narrative. She refused to be punished. She refused to fall. She refused to restore the social order that had placed her at the bottom. She simply rewrote the terms and walked away. And for this refusal, cultural history has punished her with the only weapon it had left: obscurity. This obscurity is, however, not permanent. The forces that suppressed her story for 2 centuries, the Confucian historiographic tradition, the European monopoly on historical narrative, the gender assumptions that made female military leadership literally unthinkable, are themselves under sustained challenge from intellectual and cultural movements that have been gathering force for decades and show no signs of diminishing. The recovery of marginalized histories is not a trend. It is a structural transformation in the way human societies understand their own past, a transformation driven by the recognition that the histories traditionally told, the canons traditionally maintained, the narratives traditionally transmitted from generation to generation, are not neutral records of what happened, but curated selections that reflect the priorities and biases of the curators. The question, whose story gets told, is no longer a question that can be answered by pointing to the existing canon and saying these stories because they matter. The follow-up question, matter to whom and why and at whose expense, has become unavoidable. Zheng Yi's story matters not because it confirms what we already believe about history, about power, about gender, or about human capability. It matters because it challenges those beliefs at their foundations. It demonstrates that the organization of large-scale military and economic enterprises is not the exclusive province of educated male elites. It demonstrates that strategic genius can emerge from conditions of absolute deprivation. Without formal training, without institutional support, without the accumulated social capital that conventional theories of leadership consider essential. It demonstrates that the boundary between criminal enterprise and state governance is not a natural boundary, but a political one, maintained by force and convention rather than by any inherent moral distinction. And it demonstrates that the historical record, for all its apparent comprehensiveness, is riddled with gaps and silences that reflect not the absence of noteworthy events, but the presence of systems designed to make certain events unworthy of note. These demonstrations are uncomfortable. They challenge the meritocratic assumptions that modern societies use to justify their existing distributions of power and opportunity. If Zheng Yi could build and command an organization of 80,000 people without literacy, without education, without any of the credentials that modern institutions use to sort human beings into hierarchies of capability, then what does that say about the sorting mechanisms themselves? If the most successful pirate in history was a woman from an ethnic underclass who was denied every advantage that her male contemporaries took for granted, then what does that say about the relationship between advantage and achievement? If the Qing dynasty's educated, credentialed, institutionally supported military commanders were consistently outperformed by a former prostitute who learned strategy on a flower boat, then what does that say about the institutions that produced those commanders, and about the modern institutions that have inherited their assumptions? These are not comfortable questions. They are not questions that can be answered by adding Zheng Yi's name to a list of great leaders or inspiring women and moving on. They are questions that interrogate the structures through which societies identify, develop, and deploy human talent, structures that, if Zheng Yi's career is any indication, waste vastly more talent than they develop, suppress vastly more capability than they cultivate, and produce hierarchies of achievement that reflect the distribution of opportunity far more than they reflect the distribution of ability. The world that produced Zheng Yi was, in this respect, not fundamentally different from the world that succeeded it. The Qing dynasty's rigid social hierarchy, which confined Tanka women to floating brothels and denied them the possibility of any life beyond servitude, has been replaced by systems that are more flexible in form but often similar in function. Systems that sort human beings by race, by gender, by class, by geography, by the accident of the family and the nation into which they were born, and that distribute the opportunities for achievement according to criteria that have little relationship to the actual distribution of human capability. The flower boats of Canton are gone. The mechanisms that placed women on them, the mechanisms of poverty, of patriarchy, of social exclusion so complete that it became invisible to those who benefited from it, persist in forms that are subtler, more diffuse, and more resistant to simple remedy, but no less real in their effects. Zheng Yi did not set out to challenge these mechanisms. She was not a reformer, not a revolutionary, not an ideologue of any kind. She set out to survive, and then to prosper, and then to dominate, and then to retire. A trajectory motivated not by principle, but by the same pragmatic assessment of available options that had guided every decision she ever made. She did not fight the system. She found a crack in the system and drove a fleet through it. And in doing so, she demonstrated something about the system that the system would prefer not to have demonstrated, that it was not as strong as it claimed to be, that its hierarchies were not natural but constructed, that its distribution of power and opportunity was not inevitable but contingent, that a woman from the absolute bottom could reach the absolute top if the circumstances aligned, and that the rarity of such alignment was not evidence of the bottom's inferiority, but evidence of the top's determination to keep the bottom where it was. This is the most radical dimension of her legacy, and it is the dimension that popular retellings most frequently miss. The inspiring story of Zheng Yi, the prostitute who became a pirate queen, is inspiring precisely because it is exceptional. It tells us that with enough talent and enough luck and enough determination, Anyone can overcome the barriers that society places in their path. It is a story of individual triumph. And individual triumph is the narrative mode that modern culture finds most comfortable, because it locates the explanation for success in the individual rather than in the system, and therefore leaves the system unexamined. The historically accurate story of Zheng Yi Sao suggests something different and more disturbing. It suggests that her success was not a triumph over the system, but an exploitation of a specific, temporary, unrepeatable breakdown in the system. A breakdown produced by the convergence of Qing naval collapse, South China Sea economic conditions, and the particular sequence of personal relationships that gave one woman access to a world of power from which her gender and her class would normally have excluded her absolutely. Remove any element of that convergence. A stronger Qing navy, a different maritime economy, a husband who did not die at the right moment, a confederation whose internal politics did not align in exactly the way they did, and Zheng Yi Sao lives and dies on a flower boat, and we never know her name. Her story is not evidence that the system can be beaten. It is evidence that the system is so pervasive, so thoroughly constructed, so deeply embedded in every institution and every assumption and every distribution of resources that shapes human life, that only a once-in-a-century convergence of circumstances can produce a crack large enough for one person to slip through. And when that person slips through, the system does not celebrate her achievement. It closes the crack and forgets her name. The forgetting is the most important part of the story. Not because it diminishes Zheng Yi Sao's, nothing can diminish what she actually accomplished, but because it reveals the mechanism by which societies manage threats to their self-understanding. A society that remembers Zheng Yi Sao is a society that must confront uncomfortable truths about its own structures of power and opportunity. A society that forgets her can continue to believe that those structures are natural, inevitable, and just, that the people at the top are there because they deserve to be, that the people at the bottom are there because they lack the qualities that would lift them higher, and that the distribution of achievement across the human population reflects the distribution of ability rather than the distribution of chance. The act of remembering her, truly remembering her, with all the complexity and moral ambiguity and systemic critique that her story demands, is therefore not merely an act of historical recovery. It is an act of confrontation with the present. It is a refusal to accept the comfortable narrative of meritocratic inevitability that modern societies tell themselves to justify the way things are. It is a reminder that the structures we live within are not given by nature, but built by human beings, and that the human beings who built them did so to serve their own interests, not to maximize the development and deployment of human potential across the entire species. Zheng Yi Sao's life is proof that the potential exists everywhere. Her obscurity is proof that the opportunity does not. But there is another dimension to the act of remembering, a dimension that complicates the progressive narrative as much as the conservative one, and that must be confronted with the same honesty that the rest of her story demands. Zheng Yi Sao was not a hero. She was not a liberator. She was not fighting for the rights of women, or the dignity of the Tanka people, or the overthrow of an unjust social order. She was a pirate. Her confederation was built on violence, extortion, kidnapping, and the systematic exploitation of people who were even more powerless than she had once been. The protection fee system that historians analyze with professional admiration was, from the perspective of the merchant captain being forced to pay it, a shakedown. The code of laws that scholars praise for its sophistication included provisions for cutting off ears and executing deserters. The captured women whose treatment the code regulated were still captured women. Women taken from their homes and their families by armed men and forced into marriages they had not chosen. Their protection under the code consisting of the guarantee that they would be exploited systematically rather than abused randomly. The coastal villages that paid tribute to the Confederation did so because the alternative was destruction. Their participation in the pirate economy was the participation of people with no other option. These realities cannot be explained away by the observation that the Qing dynasty was also violent and exploitative, though it was. They cannot be excused by the argument that Zheng Yi Sao was a product of her time and her circumstances, though she was. They are part of her story, as essential to its meaning as her strategic genius and her political sophistication, and any account that omits them or minimizes them in order to produce a more inspirational narrative is an account that has chosen comfort over truth. The moral complexity of Zheng Yi Sao's career is, in fact, one of its most valuable features, not despite the discomfort it produces, but because of it. Her story resists the reduction to simple categories that moral thinking prefers. She was not good, she was not evil, she was capable. Extraordinarily, historically, almost incomprehensibly capable. And she applied that capability in a world that offered her no morally clean options. The flower boats were not a moral choice, piracy was not a moral choice. The code of laws was not a humanitarian project. The amnesty negotiation was not an act of peacemaking. Every decision she made was a survival decision, made within constraints so severe that the concept of moral choice, the luxury of choosing between right and wrong rather than between bad and worse, was largely meaningless. She operated in a world where the only available options were various forms of exploitation, and she chose the forms that gave her the most power and the most security, with the cold clarity of someone who had learned on the flower boats that sentiment was a luxury she could not afford. This is not a comfortable moral position. It does not lend itself to inspirational posters or empowerment narratives, but it is an honest one. Honest about the world she inhabited, honest about the choices that world made available, and honest about the costs of the extraordinary success she achieved within it. The pirate confederation's prosperity was built on the suffering of the people it exploited. The strategic genius that held it together was applied to the management of a criminal enterprise. The negotiated retirement that preserved Zheng Yi Sao's fortune preserved wealth that had been extracted from merchants, fishermen, and coastal communities through the credible threat of violence. These are facts. They coexist with the other facts, her research, her extraordinary intelligence, her unprecedented achievement, the systemic barriers she overcame, without canceling them out. The moral meaning of her life is not a sum that reduces to a single number. It is a field of tensions that must be held simultaneously, each element informing and complicating every other. The ability to hold these tensions simultaneously, to admire the achievement without excusing the violence, to recognize the systemic injustice she overcame without ignoring the systemic injustice she perpetuated, to see her as both victim and victimizer, both product of oppression and agent of exploitation, is the intellectual discipline that her story demands. It is also the intellectual discipline that most popular accounts of her life fail to exercise, preferring the clean narrative of triumph to the messy reality of a life lived in moral conditions that do not permit clean narratives. The popular Zheng Yi Sao is a figure of empowerment. The historical Zheng Yi Sao is a figure of complexity. And the gap between the two is a measure of how far popular culture still has to go in learning to engage with the past on its own terms rather than on the terms the present finds most convenient. This brings us finally to the question of what Zheng Yi Sao's story means for the present. Yes, not as a symbol or an inspiration or a cautionary tale, but as a piece of evidence about the nature of human societies and the dynamics of power within them. And here, the honest answer is that it means different things depending on where you stand and what questions you bring to it. If you are interested in military history, her story is evidence that the canon of great commanders is incomplete, that strategic genius has appeared in contexts and in persons that the canon was designed to exclude, and that the discipline's understanding of maritime warfare, irregular operations, and coalition management would benefit from serious engagement with her campaigns and her organizational innovations. If you are interested in gender history, her story is evidence that female military and political leadership was not merely possible in pre-modern societies, but actually occurred at the highest levels with consequences that forced even the most patriarchal institutions to accommodate realities their ideology said were impossible. If you are interested in economic history, her story is evidence that the boundary between state and non-state economic actors was far more permeable in the early modern world than conventional narratives suggest, and that criminal organizations could develop institutional structures, taxation, regulation, territorial administration, that paralleled, and in some cases surpassed those of the states they challenged. If you are interested in the history of law, her code is evidence that legal systems can emerge organically from the practical needs of complex organizations without reference to philosophical traditions or state authority, and that the effectiveness of a legal code depends not on its moral foundations but on the consistency and credibility of its enforcement. And if you are interested in the most fundamental question that history can ask, the question of what human beings are capable of, under what conditions, and at what cost, then Zheng Yi Sao's story is one of the most powerful pieces of evidence available. It is evidence that capability is distributed far more widely than opportunity, that the structures societies build to organize human potential are also structures that waste it, on a scale so vast that the waste itself becomes invisible, and that the occasional individual who breaks through those structures, who finds the crack in the wall and drives a fleet through it, reveals in the act of breaking through the dimensions of the wall itself. The wall is what matters. Not because Zheng Yi Sao's individual achievement is unimportant, it is among the most remarkable individual achievements in the recorded history of the human species, but because her individual achievement, precisely because it was so extraordinary, illuminates the ordinary. It illuminates the thousands of women on the flower boats who were as intelligent as she was and who never got the chance. It illuminates the millions of people across cultures and centuries whose capabilities were consumed by systems that had no use for them. It illuminates the incalculable cost of a species that has spent most of its history organizing itself in ways that suppress the very qualities, intelligence, creativity, strategic vision, the capacity for leadership, that it claims to value most. This is not a comfortable conclusion. It does not end with triumph. It does not end with inspiration. It ends with a question that Zheng Yi Sao's life poses and that her life cannot answer, because it is a question for the living, not the dead. What do we do about the wall? The wall still stands. It is lower in some places than it was in Zheng Yi Sao's time. It has been breached in some places that it had never been breached before. But it stands, and behind it, in conditions of deprivation and exclusion that differ in form but not in fundamental character from the conditions of a Tonka flower boat, in late 18th century Canton, human potential continues to be wasted on a scale that would stagger the imagination if the imagination were willing to confront it. Zheng Yi Sao could not read. She could not write. She was born into a community that the state considered subhuman. She was sold into sexual slavery before she was 20 years old, and she became the most successful pirate in the history of the world. The gap between what she was given and what she achieved is the measure of what was lost, not by her because she found her crack in the wall, but by the countless others who did not, whose names we will never know, whose capabilities we will never see, whose stories were never told because the world never gave them a story to live. The Pearl River carries no memory of them. The South China Sea keeps no record. The historical archives preserve no trace of lives that were never permitted to become visible, but they existed. They exist now. They will exist tomorrow. And the question of what we do about that, or the question of whether we continue to build walls or begin at last to tear them down, is the question that Zheng Yi Sao's extraordinary, violent, morally complex, strategically brilliant, and finally unclassifiable life leaves behind for everyone who encounters it. It is a question she herself never asked. She was too busy surviving, too busy building, too busy commanding, too busy negotiating, too busy winning. She did not have the luxury of systemic critique. She had the luxury of genius applied under pressure, and she used every particle of it, from the flower boats to the flagship to the gambling house, without wasting a single day on the question of whether the world that had made her should be changed. She changed it anyway, and not by reforming it, but by demonstrating, through the sheer fact of her existence and her success, that its assumptions about who could and could not exercise power were wrong. demonstrably, historically, irrefutably wrong. And that demonstration were quiet, unanswerable, carved into the historical record like a chisel mark in stone, is perhaps the most enduring thing she left behind. Not the fleet, which was surrendered, not the code, which was dissolved, not the fortune, which was spent or inherited or dispersed into the anonymous currents of Canton's economy, but the proof. The simple, stubborn, ineradicable proof that it could be done. That proof has a weight that accumulates over time rather than diminishing. In 1810, the year of her retirement, the proof was an embarrassment, a fact the Qing dynasty wished to suppress and the Confucian tradition wished to explain away. In 1850, 6 years after her death, the proof was a footnote, a curiosity preserved in a few manuscripts and a translated chronicle that gathered dust on European library shelves. In 1900, the proof was invisible, buried beneath the accumulated sediment of a century that had produced its own dramas, its own empires, its own wars, and that had no reason to look backward at a pirate queen whose world had been swallowed by modernity. In 1950, the proof was rediscovered, just unearthed by scholars who were beginning to ask new questions about whose stories had been told and whose had been erased. In 2000, the proof was circulating, moving through academic channels, through popular media, through the digital networks that were making it increasingly difficult for any story, however suppressed, to remain permanently buried. And now, in the present moment, the proof stands in the open, available to anyone who looks for it, challenging anyone who encounters it, refusing to be comfortable, refusing to be simple, refusing to be reduced to a slogan or a headline or a bullet point in a listicle about history's most badass women. The proof insists on its own complexity. It insists on being met on its own terms. And its terms are the terms of a life that was lived in fullness, with all the violence and brilliance and moral ambiguity and strategic genius and human cost that a life lived at that intensity, at that scale, in those circumstances, inevitably entails. There's one more dimension of her legacy that deserves attention, not because it resolves the tensions of her story, but because it deepens them in a way that illuminates something essential about the relationship between power and memory. And that is the question of what happened to the people she left behind. The amnesty of 1810 covered approximately 17,000 pirates who surrendered under its formal terms. These were the men and women who walked out of the Confederation and into the Qing dynasty's grudging embrace, carrying their pardons and their accumulated savings and whatever skills their years of piracy had given them. The historical record tracks a few of them. Chang Pao, whose subsequent career in the Imperial Navy is documented. A handful of former captains who appear in local records as merchants or militia officers. A scattering of names in temple inscriptions and village genealogies that may or may not correspond to former members of the Confederation. But the vast majority vanished into the same anonymity from which they had emerged. They returned to the fishing villages and river communities and boat-dwelling settlements of the Pearl River Delta, and they resumed the lives that piracy had interrupted. Lives of poverty, of physical labor, of the grinding daily negotiation with water and weather and scarcity that defined existence for the tanka underclass. For these people, the Confederation had been a decade-long interruption of the normal order, a period when the structures that confined them to the bottom of Chinese society had been temporarily suspended, when a tanka fisherman could become a captain and a flower boat woman could become a queen, when the hierarchy that said they were less than fully human had been overturned by a counter-hierarchy that valued competence and loyalty over birth and status. The amnesty ended that interruption. It returned them to a world that had not changed, a world whose fundamental structures of class and gender and ethnicity remained exactly as they had been before the Confederation existed. The flower boats still operated. The tanka people were still forbidden from living on land. The imperial examinations were still closed to anyone without the education and social connections that the underclass, by definition, did not possess. The crack in the wall through which Zheng Yi had driven her fleet had been sealed, and the people who had followed her through it were back on the other side, carrying their pardons and their memories and nothing else that the world they had returned to was willing to recognize. The cruelty of this outcome is not incidental to Zheng Yi Sao's story, it is central to it, because the amnesty that preserved her fortune and her freedom did not preserve the system that had given her followers a chance at a different life. The Confederation had been, for all its violence and exploitation, a functioning alternative to the Qing social order, an alternative in which merit was rewarded, competence was recognized, and the accidents of birth that determined a person's place in imperial society were irrelevant. The amnesty dissolved that alternative and returned its members to a society that had no use for their demonstrated capabilities. A man who had commanded a squadron of war junks, who had navigated complex tactical situations and managed dozens of subordinates, and made life and death decisions with the confidence of long practice, went back to hauling fishing nets. A woman who had managed a shore-based supply network, who had coordinated logistics across hundreds of miles of coastline and negotiated with merchants and officials on behalf of the Confederation, went back to selling dried fish from the deck of a sampan. Their skills, proven under the most demanding conditions imaginable, were worthless in a world that evaluated human beings by their family name and their examination scores rather than by what they could actually do. Zheng Yi Sao herself was insulated from this cruelty by her wealth and by the particular terms of her negotiated settlement. She had extracted herself from the system she had built, carrying with her the profits of its operation, but not the obligation to maintain it or to protect the people who had made it function. This is not a moral judgment. It is a description of the choice she made, a choice that was consistent with the unsentimental pragmatism that had characterized every decision of her career. She had always understood that the Confederation was a means, not an end, an instrument for the acquisition and exercise of power, not a utopian project for the reformation of Chinese society. When the instrument's usefulness was exhausted, she set it down. The fact that setting it down meant abandoning tens of thousands of people to the conditions she herself had escaped is a fact that her story must carry, along with all the other facts to emerge. The strategic brilliance, the political genius, the unprecedented achievement, the violence, the exploitation, the moral complexity that resists resolution. The people she left behind did what people in their position have always done. They endured. They adapted. They survived in the way that the powerless have always survived, by making themselves small enough to fit into the spaces the powerful left for them, by finding within the cracks of an oppressive system just enough room to breathe, to eat, to reproduce, to pass on to their children the knowledge that survival itself was an achievement in a world that did not value their existence. Some of them undoubtedly told stories. Stories about the decade when everything had been different. Stories about the fleet that covered the sea from horizon to horizon. Stories about the woman who had commanded it all. The small woman with the quiet voice and the mind like a blade, who had come from among them and risen above them, and then, when she was done, had walked away and left them behind. These stories, transmitted orally through communities that did not write their histories down, have mostly been lost. The oral tradition of the Tonka people, never systematically documented, was eroded by the same forces of modernization and urbanization that transformed the Pearl River Delta from a labyrinth of fishing villages and pirate coves into one of the most densely developed regions on Earth. The sampans were replaced by apartment blocks. The fishing communities were absorbed into expanding cities. The children and grandchildren of Zheng Yi Sao's pirates went to school, learned to read, got jobs in factories and offices, and gradually shed the identity that had defined their ancestors, the identity of water people, of boat dwellers, of the underclass that had produced the most successful pirate in human history. But oral traditions, even when they are eroded, leave traces. They surface in unexpected places, in the names of temple deities, in the plots of local operas, in the folk songs that grandmothers sing to children without remembering where the songs came from. Scholars working in the Pearl River Delta in the late 20th and early 21st centuries have found, embedded in these traces, fragments of a memory that corresponds to the historical record of the pirate confederation, a memory of a time when the boat people had power, when a woman ruled the sea, when the world was briefly turned upside down and the bottom was on top. These fragments are not history in the academic sense. They are not sourced, not dated, not verified against primary documents. They are something older and in some ways more honest than academic history. They are the memory of people who were there, transmitted through generations with the distortions and embellishments that oral transmission inevitably introduces, but carrying at their core a truth that no amount of distortion can entirely obscure. The truth they carry is simple. It happened. A woman from among us commanded the sea. The world was different once. It could be different again. Whether that last element, the suggestion of future possibility, the implication that the past contains seeds of a different future, was present in the original oral tradition or was added by later generations projecting their own hopes onto their ancestors' memories is impossible to determine. But its presence in the tradition, however it got there, points to something important about the function of memory in communities that have been denied the luxury of written history. For the Tanka people, the memory of Zheng Yi was not an academic exercise. It was not a matter of getting the dates right or the fleet numbers accurate or the sequence of events in proper order. It was a resource, a piece of collective knowledge that said to every generation that received it, we are not what they say we are. We are not less than human. We are not incapable. We are not permanently condemned to the bottom. Once, one of us rose to the top. Once, the world acknowledged what we could do. And if it happened once, the story whispers, it can happen again. This is the meaning that Zheng Yi Sao's story carries for the people who have the most right to claim it. Not historians, not military strategists, not feminist theorists, not popular culture consumers looking for an entertaining story about a badass pirate queen, but the descendants of the communities that produced her. For them, her story is not an abstraction. It is not a case study in organizational management or a data point in the history of gender and power. It is family history. It is the story of what their people once accomplished, against odds so extreme that the accomplishment itself seems impossible until you remember that it actually happened. And it is a reminder, needed in every generation, because every generation faces its own version of the wall, that the conditions of the present are not the limits of the future. The Pearl River empties into the South China Sea through a wide estuary that the modern world has renamed the Lingding Channel. Container ships the size of city blocks navigate it daily, guided by satellite positioning systems and attended by tugboats whose engines produce more power than all the war junks in Zheng Yi Sao's fleet combined. The water is the same water. The tides follow the same astronomical rhythms. The monsoon winds still blow from the northeast in winter and from the southwest in summer, pushing the surface currents in the same patterns they have followed for millennia. The physical world that Zheng Yi Sao inhabited persists beneath the modern world that has been built on top of it, like a palimpsest. The original text still faintly visible beneath the new writing, still legible to anyone who knows the language. The language of water is the language she spoke most fluently, not the language of books, which she never learned, not the language of courts, which she navigated through interpreters and intermediaries, not the language of posterity, which she never attempted to address, the language of tides and currents and wind patterns and shallow drafts and hidden channels, the language that the Pearl River Delta speaks to anyone who lives on it long enough and pays close enough attention. She learned this language in childhood, on the sampan where she was born, watching the water do what water does, flow downhill, find the path of least resistance, carve new channels when old ones are blocked, accommodate itself to any container while retaining its essential nature. She applied this language to everything she touched. Her strategy was water strategy, same fluid, adaptive, finding the gaps in the enemy's formation and flowing through them, never meeting strength with strength when it could be met with redirection. Her politics were water politics, surrounding obstacles rather than confronting them, eroding resistance through persistent pressure rather than dramatic assault, filling every available space until the landscape itself had been reshaped. Her negotiation was water negotiation, patient, relentless, willing to take any shape the situation required while never losing the fundamental property that made water dangerous, the capacity to overwhelm anything that could not move out of its way. This is not metaphor. Or rather, it is metaphor grounded in the material reality of a life lived on water from birth to death. The Pearl River Delta was not a backdrop to her story. It was the medium of her story, the physical environment that shaped her thinking, that provided the tactical advantages she exploited, that offered the economic opportunities she seized, and that ultimately defined the limits of the empire she built. Her confederation was a creature of its geography as surely as a coral reef is a creature of its ocean. Remove the geography, the shallow estuaries, the hidden channels, the tidal flats, the mangrove islands, the labyrinthine coastline that made the Qing Navy's deep-drafted warships useless, and the confederation could not have existed. The geography was the condition of possibility, the crack in the wall of imperial power through which a fleet of shallow-hulled pirate junks could flow like water through a broken dam. And like water, the confederation left its mark on the landscape it passed through, not in permanent structures or monuments or inscriptions, but in the subtler alterations that flowing water produces. The erosion of certain features, the deposition of others, the reshaping of the terrain in ways that are invisible in the short term but cumulative over time. The Pirate Confederation reshaped the political geography of the South China Sea. It reshaped the Qing dynasty's approach to maritime security. It reshaped the economic relationships between coastal communities and the imperial state. It reshaped the lives of tens of thousands of people who passed through it, carrying away skills and experiences and memories that became part of the region's invisible infrastructure, the substrate of knowledge and capability that no archive recorded but that shaped the Delta's human geography for generations. These alterations persist, not in visible form. There is no monument to Zheng Yi in Guangzhou, no museum dedicated to the Pirate Confederation, no plaque on the waterfront marking the spot where the amnesty ceremony took place. The visible landscape has been remade so thoroughly that even the waterfront itself has moved, pushed outward by land reclamation and harbor construction until the original shoreline lies beneath pavement and buildings, as inaccessible as the past itself. But beneath the pavement, beneath the buildings, beneath the accumulated layers of modernization and development and the relentless forward motion of a city that does not pause to contemplate its own history, the substrate remains. The knowledge of water, the memory of what the Delta's people once accomplished, the proof embedded in the record like a fossil in sediment that the wall has been breached before. The last image the historical record preserves of Zheng Yi is not an image at all. It is an absence. The absence of any record of her final years, her final days, her final moments. She disappears from history the way she entered it, in silence, without documentation, without the bureaucratic attention that her years of power had made unavoidable, and that her years of retirement made unnecessary. The Qing state, having neutralized the threat she represented, had no further interest in her movements. The scholars and chroniclers who had documented her career had moved on to other subjects. The foreign observers who had watched her with fascinated horror had sailed away to other ports. She was, by the early 1840s, an old woman in a city that was changing around her with a speed that would have astonished anyone who remembered the Canton of her youth. A city being reshaped by forces far larger than any pirate confederation. Forces that would dismantle the Qing dynasty itself within another 70 years and replace it with a China that bore no resemblance to the world that had produced her. She died in 1844, and the silence that followed her death was total. Not the respectful silence of mourning, not the awed silence that follows the passing of the great, the silence of irrelevance, the silence that falls when the world has decided it has no further use for someone and moves on without looking back. Her death was not recorded in any official document. No obituary appeared in any gazette. No memorial was raised, no poem was composed. The most successful pirate in human history died, and the world did not notice. This silence lasted for approximately a century and a half, and then slowly, unevenly, incompletely, the world began to remember. The remembering is still underway. It is happening in university libraries where scholars pore over Yuan Yonglin's chronicle and Richard Glasspool's memoir, and the Qing Imperial Archives, piecing together the evidence of a life that the evidence was never designed to preserve. It is happening in documentary films and popular histories that bring her story to audiences who have never heard of the South China Sea Pirate Confederation and who react to the basic facts of her career with the same bewildered admiration that Glasspool expressed 2 centuries ago. It is happening in the oral traditions of the Pearl River Delta, where the memory of the pirate queen persists in attenuated but resilient form, passed from generation to generation like a river current that has been diverted but never quite extinguished. It is happening in classrooms where students encounter her story and feel something shift in their understanding of who history belongs to and whose achievements count. It is happening in the quiet, private moments when someone reads the outline of her life for the first time and sits for a moment in silence, absorbing the scale of what a woman with nothing accomplished in a world that gave her nothing to work with except her own extraordinary mind. The remembering is not a correction. It does not restore what was lost. The century and a half of silence cannot be unsilenced. The lives of the thousands of women on the flower boats who never got their chance cannot be unlived and relived under different circumstances. The oral traditions that were lost to modernization cannot be reconstructed from the fragments that remain. The wall that Zheng Yi breached has been rebuilt many times over, in forms she would not recognize but whose function she would understand instantly. The remembering does not fix any of this. It does not change the past. It does not repair the present. It does not guarantee a different future. But it does something. It puts the proof back into circulation. It takes the evidence of what one human being accomplished under conditions designed to make accomplishment impossible and places it where other human beings can find it. And each person who finds it carries it forward, adds it to their understanding of the world, incorporates it into the mental map by which they navigate their own life and their own possibilities. The proof accumulates. The proof compounds. The proof, like water, finds its way through every crack and crevice, wearing away at the structures that were built to contain it, patient and persistent and impossible to stop entirely, because the truth it carries is too stubborn to stay buried and too important to be forgotten twice. She was born on a sampan in the Pearl River Delta, and she died in a house in Canton, and between those 2 points she bent the world. Not permanently, not completely, not in the way that conquerors bend the world, by destroying what existed and building something new on the rubble. She bent it the way water bends rock, through pressure applied over time, through the exploitation of existing weaknesses, through the patient, relentless strategic application of force at precisely the points where force would be most effective. And when she was done bending it, she let it go. She let it spring back to its original shape, knowing that it would, knowing that the world's structures were stronger than any individual's ability to deform them permanently, knowing that the crack she had found and exploited would close behind her and that the wall would stand again. But the rock remembers the water. The shape it returns to is not quite the shape it had before. The surface is a fraction of a millimeter lower. The grain is a fraction softer. The next current that flows over it will find the going a fraction easier. The changes are invisible to the eye. They are measurable only over geological time and over the centuries and millennia that it takes for water to carve a canyon through solid stone. But they are real. They are cumulative. They are irreversible. Zheng Yi was the water. The world was the stone. And the canyon, though no one alive today will see its final shape, is being carved. On quiet nights in Guangzhou, when the city's 15 million inhabitants have retreated behind their doors and the neon signs along the riverfront have dimmed to a low electric hum, The Pearl River slides past the embankments in its ancient course, dark and heavy with silt, carrying the same sediment toward the sea that it has carried since before the first human settlement was built on its banks. The river does not know what it carries. It does not remember the junks that once crowded its surface, the flower boats with their silk lanterns, the war fleets with their red banners, the woman who watched an imperial navy burn from the quarterdeck of a ship that answered to no emperor. The river carries everything and remembers nothing. That is the river's nature. Memory is not the river's work. Memory is ours. And so we remember her. Not as she would have wanted to be remembered because we do not know what she wanted. Not as the Qing dynasty remembered her, as a threat to be neutralized. Not as Yuan Yonglin remembered her, as a violation of the natural order. Not as Richard Glasspool remembered her, as an exotic curiosity. Not as the internet remembers her, as an inspirational meme. We remember her as she was, to the extent that the evidence allows, a woman of extraordinary intelligence and ruthless pragmatism, born into conditions of absolute deprivation, who found in the lawless spaces of the South China Sea an arena commensurate with her abilities, who built an empire on water and dissolved it on paper, who defeated every force sent against her and then defeated the most dangerous enemy of all, the temptation to believe that winning could last forever. We remember that she was born without a name that history preserved. We remember that she died without a monument that anyone maintained. We remember that between those two silences, she made the most powerful empire in Asia negotiate with her as an equal, and that she walked away from the negotiating table with everything she came for. We remember that she was never captured, never defeated, never brought to her knees before any authority, temporal or cosmic, that she had not chosen to kneel before. We remember the flower boats and the flagship, the sampan and the gambling house, the girl who was sold, and the woman who set her own price. And we remember the silence, the long silence that followed her death and preceded her rediscovery, the silence that was not empty but full of all the stories that were never told, all the names that were never recorded, all the lives that were lived in conditions identical to hers and that ended without the single unrepeatable stroke of fortune that made her story possible. The silence that is the sound of human potential going to waste. The silence that is the true subject of her story, not her voice, which was heard for a decade and then fell quiet, but the silence of the millions who were never heard at all. In the end, that is what the story of Zheng Yi is. It is not a pirate story, though it contains piracy on a scale unmatched in human history. It is not a war story, though it contains battles that humiliated a dynasty. It is not a love story, though it contains partnerships that reshaped the world. It is not even really a story about a woman, though it is the story of a woman whose life refutes every assumption ever made about what women could and could not accomplish. It is a story about silence, about the silence that precedes discovery and the silence that follows forgetting, about the silence of communities denied the means to record their own existence, about the silence of individuals whose capabilities were never tested because the world never offered them a test, about the silence that is the true cost of every wall ever built to keep certain people in their place. And it is a story about what happens when, once in a very great while, the silence breaks. The river flows on. The sea receives it. The tide turns and turns again, as it has turned since before there were people on its shores to name it or claim it or fight over it or draw lines across it on maps that the water ignores. Somewhere beneath the surface, in the sediment that has settled over 2 centuries of continuous deposition, there may still be fragments. A timber from a war junk, an iron fitting from a cannon mount, a porcelain shard from a gambling house that once stood on the waterfront, where a woman who had commanded 80,000 pirates spent her last decades watching the river carry the world past her door. The fragments, if they exist, are silent. The river is silent. The sea is silent. But the story is not. The story is here now, in the act of its own telling. It has survived 2 centuries of suppression, neglect, institutional bias, cultural prejudice, and the simple, devastating indifference of a world that had decided this particular life did not matter enough to remember. It has survived all of that, and it is here. And as long as it is here, as long as someone somewhere is telling it or hearing it or reading it or carrying it forward in the way that human beings have always carried forward the stories that matter most to them, the silence has not won. It will not win. She made sure of that. Not by writing her story down, she could not write, not by commissioning monuments, she built nothing that outlasted her, not by any deliberate act of self-memorialization. She made sure of it by doing something so extraordinary, so unprecedented, so completely beyond the boundaries of what her world believed possible, that the story could not stay buried no matter how hard the world tried to bury it. She made sure of it by being simply and irrefutably too much to forget. Zheng Yi, wife of Zheng Yi, a name that was never hers, attached to a life that was entirely her own, the most successful pirate who ever lived. She died in her bed. She died free. She died rich. She died undefeated. And now at last she is remembered.